I said you better watch what you're doing, cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me. I bleed with every word coming. I would rather die than be someone who's nothing. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
You are absolutely right. The way he went about it was absolutely wrong. Like, so, like I said, I'm not
of my Jewish hatred that actually goes. Other than the fact that why are y'all popping out of the sewers in New York City?
Annunciation Catholic Church. You couldn't have called it pronounced Catholic Church?
Yeah, pronounce the Catholic.
The amount of don't give a fuck in that was amazing. But, where is it? Come on. When he drives up. Damn it. I want here. The dude stops. He flips his head like, fuck you, dude. Now, that was stupid as shit. You're fucking dumb. This is all your fault. And he keeps on with the horn. Well done, sir. Well done. I'd have probably gotten irrationally angry. But that's just me. Ladies and gentlemen. We got a long one tonight. I'm going to hang in here for as long as I can at 1.5 speed. Maybe even slow it down a little bit for others. If we need to, speed it up for some, but this is a judiciary markup. What they're doing is they're taking a border, or the border bill. You know, the executive order Trump used for the border. They're going to make this into a law now. They're marking it up, which means they're changing the languaging. Well, they're writing the languaging, adding amendments, removing amendments, things like that. They're marking it up as to what they want the bill to be. What they want it to say. There's going to be a lot of stupidity in this. I understand that. But like I said, I'm going to hang on for as long as I possibly can for this shit. They're still live right now. They started at 10 a.m. Eastern time. They're still going. For this one bill. Let's go.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank the gentleman. First order of business today is adopting an updated subcommittee roster. This roster was distributed to members yesterday and updates the subcommittee assignments of a few of our Democrat colleagues. Is there any discussion before we
that's a little too
vote on
fast.
Approving the roster? Or maybe I would ask, does the ranking member have anything to say about the roster? I think we're...
Yes, let's see. Summer's not here right now, but she's been added to the committee. I'm not sure if we had a moment to welcome her yet, Mr. Chairman. We can do that later. And
She arrives, we can do that?
yeah, and let's see. Are we going to do the subcommittees now or no? Because
We update the subcommittee roster. That's next. The question is on approving the updated gentleman yields back. The question is on approving the updated subcommittee roster. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the subcommittee roster is approved. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 9773, the Permanent Trump Secure Border Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R.
Without
9773.
objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for an opening statement.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we're doing the NS
No, you did. Go ahead and just
statement.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I keep asking my colleagues what's it going to take. What's it going to take before we work together to make sure the border remains secure, no matter the occupant at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. When I started working as a staffer in the United States Senate shortly after September 11th, and a group of visa overstayers murdered nearly 3,000 Americans, I thought surely Republicans and Democrats could agree that we should close the loopholes that allowed 19 foreign terrorists to game our immigration system. But the Democrats were only interested in amnesty. The loopholes remained. During then President Obama's administration, I want you to hear this, under President Obama's administration, after surges of unaccompanied alien children and families crossed our southwest border illegally, the president, along with then Secretary Jay Johnson, asked Congress to close certain loopholes that allowed those surges. Democrat president. House Republicans passed a fix, but Democrats in Congress wouldn't come to the table to do what the president of their party had requested. The loopholes remained. When President Trump called for additional legislative tools to help secure the border during his first administration, our Democrat colleagues refused to work with us to help the president. The loopholes remained. And even after the Biden-Harris administration unleashed the largest mass illegal immigration in United States history, our Democratic colleagues refused to fix the statutory loopholes that they were abusing
What up,
to
TRP?
allow and incentivize that mass illegal immigration to occur.
Well, it's just me alone. But Mondays and Tuesdays, I'm alone. So, I'm bringing this hearing. Yeah, it's like, at this point, we're already almost 8 hours behind. This is going to be a long one. I'm not going to listen to the whole damn thing, but apparently they're still live. This whole thing is over one fucking bill. It's the entire judiciary marking this bill up. Anybody within the Judiciary Committee is having a say in this bill. Now, there is a break in there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours or something like that. Let's see. We got from 420 to 3:05. So an hour and a half. Which bill is it? It's what is it? Permanent Trump Secure Border Act. So basically, the executive order that Trump put into the border to secure it, they're trying to make it permanent law.
That resulted in the deaths and destruction of thousands of American people and the flow of fentanyl into our communities. Tens of millions of illegal aliens later, after thousands of Americans were murdered or otherwise violently victimized by illegal alien border crossers, the loopholes still remained. 3 years ago, this committee mobilized to pass the critical border security components in H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, leading to its passage on the House floor, bringing different corners of the Republican conference together to codify common sense border security. We did it then, and we can do it today. Our nation's future depends on it. I suspect that today, my Democrat colleagues will once again refuse to support common sense statutory changes to secure the United States border.
Of course.
And again, I want to clarify, statutory changes. That is to make permanent changes, irrespective of who occupies the White House. But my GOP colleagues cannot lose focus. We must ensure that border security is not a byproduct of whoever is elected to the presidency. President Trump has succeeded where none other has even tried. He's done so using nearly every available statute and administrative authority. He has done so despite constant rhetoric from open borders advocates, including my Democratic colleagues in Congress. He's done so because that's what he promised the American voters he would do. But the president only has so many tools at his disposal. And the statutory loopholes that were present decades ago and during the Biden administration remain today. Meaning that when President Trump's administration actions to secure the border go away, the border could once again be abused. Today, we consider the Permanent Trump Secure Border Act, which closes statutory loopholes that allow the Biden-Harris administration to flood our country with millions of illegal aliens. Title I enshrines statutorily the changes that the Trump administration made to asylum law and policy by regulation and other executive action. The changes include additional criminal bars to asylum, a requirement that the alien claim fear at a port of entry, an increase of the credible fear standard to deter frivolous claims, and reining in immigration and federal courts' abuse of asylum grounds like, quote, particular social group, end quote. Title II clarifies in statute that the DHS secretary must remove or detain illegal aliens who arrive at the border or place them into a Remain in Mexico type program.
Okay.
There would be no other options. The aliens cannot be paroled or otherwise released into the United States unless an immigration court grants the alien's asylum claim or other immigration.
Well, that'd be nice, but doesn't that require 2/3? Yes. Well, here's the thing. This is the House. No, as long as you get one more vote than the other side, you win. That's the House. That would be a 2/3 in the Senate. I don't see that happening, but I want to see where this leads.
Benefit claim. If an administration refuses to follow the law, state attorneys general have standing to sue under these provisions. Title II also allows the DHS secretary to suspend the entry of aliens at the border to gain operational control. Title III helps end mass unaccompanied alien children migration. It requires that current law regarding unaccompanied alien children from Mexico and Canada be applied to children from other countries. This means that UACs from non-contiguous countries will be screened for trafficking or a fear of return, and if none is found, will be sent home and reunited with their family in their home country. Title III will help disincentivize parents to pay violent smuggling cartels to transport their children across the border, and it will reduce the exploitation of UACs once in the United States. Title IV closes the so-called Flores Settlement Agreement, that loophole that has for many years prevented families who cross the border illegally from being detained for the pendency of their immigration court proceedings. As many know, the number of real and fake family units illegally crossing the border skyrocketed over the last decade because these aliens knew they will be promptly released once they get to the United States. Title V puts visa overstay, currently a civil infraction, on par with illegal entry as a misdemeanor crime and increases penalties for overstay. I will remind people how I introduced this statement, that it was overstays that attacked the towers on 9/11. Finally, Title VI helps end the abuse of immigration parole. Over the years, administrations of both parties have abused statutory authority to allow classes and other large numbers of aliens not otherwise admissible to the United States to enter and remain in the country indefinitely. This despite the purpose of the provision to be case by case. The Biden-Harris administration took such abuse to the extreme, creating several illegal categorical parole programs and paroling into the United States at least 2 million illegal aliens. I just want everybody to remember what was happening. You can build a wall from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean, and I support constructing barriers and support such a wall, but you can do that, and if you open the doors wide open to the abuse of parole and asylum, then it does you no good. President Trump has rightly ended that practice. Title VI brings the use of immigration parole back to its intended purpose to allow a foreign national to enter the United States for an emergency purpose for a short period of time, like a surgery or getting access to some family member or something that's an emergent case-by-case issue. Americans deserve an administration that is interested in securing the border. In January 25, they got that. They also deserve a Congress willing to do the hard work to ensure the next president can't unilaterally open that border. Kayla Hamilton's family deserves that. Laken Riley's family deserves that.
Yes.
Jocelyn Nungary's family deserves that. Rachel Marin's family deserves that. Sheridan Gorman's family deserves that. And to that end, I urge my colleagues to support the Permanent Trump Secure Border Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. So for the entire 119th Congress, which is now limping to an historically unproductive finish, we've been urging the majority to set aside the demonization of immigrants to pass comprehensive, common sense immigration reform on a bipartisan basis. We should be able to agree that we need to make it a whole lot harder, as close to impossible as we can, to enter or stay in the United States unlawfully, and a whole lot easier for people to become Americans lawfully. After all, we've got crying labor shortages in nursing, construction, farming, seafood, landscaping, and the hotel and service sectors, to name just a few. And after all, America is an immigrant society. All of us here, except for Native Americans and the descendants of people who were kidnapped and enslaved and brought to the country, all of us are descendants of immigrants in this country. And yet, that's not what's happening. We should be able to agree on these basic values.
Sir, all of us that are not here legally or anchor babies, all of us that are immigrants that came here legally, we're not anchor babies. That's what we want to get rid of. That's what we want to get the fuck out. The illegals, get them the fuck out. We can worry about you anchor babies later. Holy shit. My family came here in 1903 the correct goddamn way. Late 1902, 1903. The correct fucking way. It's a spit in the fucking face for you to say that just because we did it correctly way back then, we should allow people to come into this country illegally and just take the fuck over simply because my family did it correctly. Fuck you.
We should be able to legislate accordingly, and we should be able to get the administration to stop poorly trained ICE officers from killing American citizens and immigrants in service of a lawless, authoritarian, and brutal clampdown on American communities. 2 more people have been shot down in cold blood in 1 week, on July the 7th and on July the 13th. But instead of engaging with us to map out a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, which the president promised to do a decade ago, instead of working with us to fortify the border, to expand the categories and numbers of lawful immigrants, instead of trying to get ICE
You're just
to change
fucking
their
wasted on making those
police
pictures
state
to make you
tactics and
feel
just to
bad
focus on the worst of the
about
worst as they promised.
motherfuckers
Our
attacking
colleagues are
ICE.
wasting the last few days of this Congress playing summer rerun anti-immigrant propaganda and ignoring the brutal and often lethal federal government assault on the rights of both Americans and immigrants. Masked immigration officers have shot and killed in broad daylight 6 human beings in the streets of America. 3 of them, American citizens exercising their First and their Second Amendment rights. 3 of them, immigrants posing no threat to anyone, and 2 of those, not even the target of the operation by which they lost their lives. ICE killing.
Sir? You're telling me that, they weren't the target of the operation, but, it's time to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. There's a lot of shit that's actually coming out here about Raskin here soon. I hope it does anyway. And it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. Does he mean the Irish because they were the first quote unquote forced brought over as slaves of North America? Howdy, y'all. No, of course he's not. Of course he's not. We're not talking about those people. If they're white, well, no, they're not anymore, aren't they? Yeah, because, yep, they are people of color. Holy shit. We've made the gingers POCs. You see what you've done?
Killings are like having the death penalty.
You've made damn near albino people
without an
of color
arrest, without a prosecution, without trial, without conviction, without sentencing, without any judicial due process. Just the sudden, violent death of mothers and fathers in states that don't even have the death penalty, like Maine and Minnesota, administered by poorly trained and hastily recruited, unqualified agents, courtesy of billions of dollars provided by the taxpayers via the permanent Trump Republican caucus. Is there no one left in Donald Trump's party who will speak up for the rights of the American people against a federal government killing spree under the pretext of immigration raids? DHS agents have tear-gassed babies and shot pepper balls at pastors and members of...
Tear gas babies? Oh, you're talking about the people that left their child in the car for 45 minutes to go join a riot, and the car was running, so the air conditioner was bringing in air from the outside, and the car that they left their child locked in while they joined that fucking riot kind of got a little bit of tear gas on it. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Congress. They've packed tens of thousands of immigrants into mismanaged and dangerous for-profit detention centers whose corporate owners are plundering the taxpayers for billions of dollars while overseeing the deaths of a record 53 people in their custody. ICE has separated families, stolen breastfeeding mothers away from their infants, and caused the death of a 3-year-old boy and the sexual abuse of a 3-year-old girl. Our refugee system was once a proud, robust, well-vetted program that helped desperate people fleeing tyrants and dictators all over the world. Now it's a closed, whites-only presidential perk operation catering to Elon Musk's fellow Afrikaners and white South Africans. To be fair, Trump has also issued an emergency visa to a corrupt right-wing Polish minister evading justice while categorically barring anyone from 40% of the countries in the world from even applying for a visa to flee oppression. President Trump today has among the lowest polling numbers of any president in the history since polling began. Immigration used to be his strongest issue, but after the lawlessness, cruelty, and corruption we've seen, it's now one of his worst issues. A post-Ipsos poll from last week found that nearly 60% of Americans disapprove of the way he's handling immigration.
You know, if you take everything in aggregate, yes, he has lost a little bit of ground in every bit of polling. Yes, in aggregate, he has lost a little bit of ground. But to say that he's lower than any one president, that was one poll, and I think that, yeah, that was that Ipsos, the one that he's talking about. That was that one poll. Everywhere else literally has this dude above water. I don't know what the hell you're talking about other than just trying to point out, like, cherry picking information just to try to make it look bad. It's pathetic, dude. It's really fucking pathetic.
In our country, and yet here we are again today, rejecting oversight.
As a matter of fact, no. I'll tell you why he did it. Let's see, 5 days ago, 3 months ago. Let's go to their channel. Their videos. Where is it? Oh, are they even putting it up? 10 minutes of this shit.
Given that we do
This is a segment, but the Iran, nope, that's just the Iran segment. Holy shit, they didn't put up everything. Holy shit, they didn't put up everything. When was that? Just screw it, I'll find it. Give me a little bit, I'll
to
find it.
curtail this reign of terror or the prospect of any reforms to repair our broken immigration system, the majority brings us another partisan, red meat, enforcement-only bill to make Trump's policies permanent. Congress has pumped an extraordinary $240 billion into immigration enforcement, and yet this committee has done no oversight of ICE and no oversight of the CBP. Republicans have not brought in a single official from either ICE or CBP or from GEO Group or Core Civic, the private prison companies that are collecting billions of dollars from our constituents every year to operate these facilities. The only DH official who's appeared before this committee was former Secretary Christine Noem, who refused to apologize for defaming Renee Good, a mother of three, and Alex Preddy, a VA nurse, as, quote, domestic terrorists, and failed to provide any explanation for her spending of hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds to buy luxury jets and lavish personal PR campaigns with pictures of her on horseback at Mount Rushmore. She was fired within 24 hours of appearing before this committee because she actually had to take questions. And one saw the inevitable departure of Ms. Noem. Why are our Republican colleagues abdicating responsibility to oversee and rein in the continuing corruption and lawlessness at ICE and CBP? ICE has recruited domestic abusers who go out and kill people. In shooting after shooting, we're told there's no body-worn camera footage, either because they lack the funding to provide them to their agents or because the agents who have them can't turn them on because ICE has not paid for the subscription required for the cameras to work, all despite having an unprecedented $240 billion of taxpayer money. Why do our colleagues have nothing to say about the waste, fraud, and abuse that we're seeing throughout that system? The majority wants to give the mega ICE bureaucracy even more power to make this cruelty machine permanent. The bill before us today would take the asylum system already decimated by Trump and then permanently destroy it. It removes protections for unaccompanied children and opens the door to sending them to war-torn countries, traffickers, and abusers. It would allow for the indefinite detention of children and the evisceration of long-standing safeguards for children. America's had enough of the violence and bloodshed and lawlessness. It's time to stop these lawless tactics in the streets of America. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purpose of the amendment. The chair is now, the gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
This amendment makes technical changes to the bill to clarify that state attorneys general have standing to sue an administration for noncompliance with parts of Title II of the bill and to provide an effective date for Title III. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Recognized. Okay. This bill is yet another example of how incredibly out of touch Republicans are with the views of the American public. This weekend, 3 more U.S. service members were killed in Trump's most unpopular and illegal war on Iran, now making it 17 service members killed, even as gas prices continue to go back up, squeezing Americans everywhere. Despite all this, Republicans are moving forward with another $60 billion check for this war this week. Trump has called affordability concerns a, quote, hoax, and even refused to sign a once-in-a-generation housing bill that addresses the housing supply crisis we have across the country. And then there's immigration, the #1 way that Republicans have tried to distract Americans from all of their problems by criminalizing and blaming immigrants. Last year, Trump and Republicans handed ICE and CBP $140 billion, even as they stripped health care from tens of millions of Americans because apparently we couldn't afford it. Then a few weeks ago, they gave them another $70 billion of taxpayer money to continue to unleash a rogue militia on the streets of America with loaded up arrest quotas of 2,000 people a day that have led to the killing of at least 6 people in ICE enforcement activities, and 65,000 people every single day being incarcerated in for-profit detention facilities that cost U.S. taxpayers billions of dollars and don't even meet basic required conditions of human decency. Now, just last week, ICE agents killed Lorenzo Salgado Araujo and Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Houston, Texas, and Biddeford, Maine. 2 fathers who left behind U.S. citizen children families, a 3-year-old in bluey pajamas, watching what they did on the streets of America as they snatch people away in unmarked cars with agents that have no body cameras hiding behind masks. Just imagine the ICE agent who shot Mr. Guerrero has a record of domestic violence and threw his 13-year-old daughter through a glass coffee table. These are the people who are implementing government policies in our cities and towns. And on Friday, the outrage continued when an employee of Geo Group, who operates ICE's detention center in Aurora, Colorado, shot a 42-year-old woman. Let's just play a short video of footage from just 3 of these ICE killings.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car. Fucking bitch.
Kicking out in the face! Caleb! What the
Not a...
Why were they attacking ICE officers, though? Seriously. I mean, who the fuck brings a gun up when you're actually going to confront any law enforcement that has weapons in doing their... Who the fuck brings a gun with them in the first place? Renee Good made contact. The ICE officer's point of view fucking proved it. She made contact with the officer. Why? In every single one of these situations, why are they attacking? Especially after ICE officers have already been hemmed up with fucking ramming of cars, one of them 10 fucking people deep. The first time we ever got reporting about that, 10 people coordinated to pin up an ICE caravan. Why are they doing this? Every damn time. They already got shot at twice in fucking Texas. You firebomb their whole damn headquarters right there on Federal Plaza. You attack them on a daily fucking basis, but yet they can't fucking defend themselves because your pussies are hurt. That's the fucking thing that bothers me. That's the thing that gets me, and that's the thing that really wants me to say, fucking just string you all up. I'm not playing nice today. Bitch, you came to this country and you're trying to make laws in my country that says everybody else can come to this country and just leech off me, and I'm supposed to be okay with it. That is called fucking treason. You made an oath to defend this country, not destroy it from within.
Single bit of accountability for any of these. Imagine that they pulled a man who was shot multiple times out of the car and handcuffed him on the ground while his daughter was watching. Americans, including those who supported Donald Trump in the last election, are clear that this is not what they want. Polling across the country has shifted dramatically, and today 2/3 of Americans are rejecting this cruelty, this lack of accountability, and the outrageous actions of these lawless agencies. Is today's bill recognizing any of this? Demanding accountability, putting a stop to ICE and CBP's actions? Quite the opposite. This bill is doubling down on cruelty in a massive sign of disrespect to families across the country, including the many U.S. citizens and people of every immigration status who have been the targets of ICE and CBP. This bill eviscerates asylum, strips due process protections for unaccompanied kids, and allows for the indefinite detention of families and children. It is so extreme that it is not clear that it can even pass the House floor because there are some Republicans who oppose it themselves. Instead of demonizing immigrants, we should work together to reform an immigration system that has not been modernized in over 30 years because of Republican opposition. We should recognize the value of immigrants who keep our country going every single day, and we should demand accountability for an out-of-control ICE and CBP and stop unleashing cruelty on our communities across the country. I strongly oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck they were talking about with the polling and everything, because I want y'all to take a look at this. We're going to go to the black conservative perspective because he's got the clip. I know where it comes from. But hey, this is what I wanted to bring up to you. Check this out. Oh, wait. Unmute the tab.
House National July CNBC Washington Post poll average midterm years. This is the generic ballot, right? Where were we back in 2006 when, of course, Democrats would go back on to win the House? They were up by 12 in an average of those two polls. How about 2018? They were up by an average of 10 in those two polls. Look at where that average is now. Well less than half of either the level of 2018 and 2006. Way down there. Yes, they're ahead, but they're ahead. I have to shrink down on the screen. They're ahead by only 4 points, which is significant.
1010101010. I'm just gonna call you binary. The Dems rhinos are treasonous and very well bribed kickbacks to follow their destroy America agenda. Yes, and there are some Republicans that I will put in. There's a lot of Republicans that I will put into that category as well. But yes, it's for the large majority of it. It's Democrats who are doing it.
Significantly less than what we saw in 2018 and 2006 when Democrats took back the House. So, as I said, this is an this is a warning sign. While, yes, Democrats are ahead, not by anywhere near the margin they were in prior wave years.
Because, it's kind of crazy to think about, right? And I know I do these videos a lot.
I'm going to pause it right there. Yeah, I want to check it out. Let me grab the link for you. But look at this. Midterm years with a GOP president, with a Republican president in 2006, Democrats were ahead by 12 points. The next time it happened in 2018, Democrats were ahead by 10 points. In 2026, they're only ahead by 4, which is very, very close to that margin of error. I don't think the Kalshi prediction markets and all that shit about, not Kalshi, I think it's Polymarket. I don't think the prediction markets are actually showing through. I think they're just pumping the fucking numbers up to make people believe Democrats are going to fucking win. I think that's where the money, instead of campaigning, that's where the money went, was to fund the fucking riots and make it look like they're going to win in every aspect. Except when things like this comes out, because you see everywhere, oh, Democrats, yay, Democrats, they Democrats. And then you see this on CNN and you're just like, well, why are they losing ground if everybody I know is pushing Democrat? They're voting. Why are they losing ground? My wife got home. Hold on. But anyway, let's go back to the hearing.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, our nation was built by immigrants. For generations, we have welcomed people to our shores, whether they were fleeing violence, seeking a path out of economic despair, or simply hoping to start a new life. And our country is much richer for it, both economically and culturally. Our communities have benefited from their ingenuity, their hard work, and their vibrant culture, enriching our society and helping our economy flourish. If our tradition and history of welcoming immigrants to this country represents the very best of America, this bill and the Trump administration policies it seeks to bolster represent the very worst. This xenophobic and cruel legislation would essentially shut down our asylum system while stripping needed protections from vulnerable children and subjecting them to indefinite detention. It is a shameful abandonment of our fundamental values and ideals. Even worse, this bill completely fails to address the cascade of cruelty and chaos emanating from the White House, ICE, and CPB as they carry out the Trump administration's failed immigration policies. Over the last 13 months, Congress has showered immigration enforcement agencies with $240 billion with no guardrails attached. With this money, these agencies have assembled a massive force consisting of tens of thousands of agents
sorry, my wife
who have
just got
flooded
home.
our streets to carry out Donald Trump's brutal and reckless mass deportation campaign. Rather than going after the worst of the worst, as the administration repeatedly claims, they're indiscriminately targeting anyone they suspect of being here unlawfully, with the vast majority of people detained having no criminal record. In the process, they are engaging in racial profiling on a massive
I'm sorry, but that means absolutely nothing. You can still go after the worst of the worst and still pick up people that you know are not going to be a problem along the way. I mean, you're one of the dumbest sons of bitches in fucking Congress. Your arguments make no goddamn sense. They go nowhere. You are the most ineffective Democrat I have ever seen in fucking office. You shit your pants live on fucking camera. I don't know why you're still there. How the fuck do you still get elected in New York fucking City? As fucked up and socialist as they've gone, how the fuck do they still put a Jew in office?
Scale, and using dangerous tactics that have already led to the deaths of multiple people, including 3 American citizens. And when tragedy does strike, the administration has employed a tried and true strategy. They smear the victims, calling them domestic terrorists or some other slander. And then they blatantly lie about the events, trying to tell us not to believe what we can see with our own eyes. It is straight out of the authoritarian playbook. Not only are we seeing unprecedented mayhem and destruction on our streets, but we are also witnessing the highest death rate in immigration detention
We
facilities.
welcome legal
in decades.
immigrants, not
Despite
illegal.
the best
Huge
efforts of this
difference, Mr.
administration to
Poopy
deny
Pants.
access to these facilities, a few months ago I
Adler is a
conducted an
fucking
oversight
weeble wobble who
visit
shits
to
his
Delaney
diaper.
Hall, a privately owned ICE detention facility in Newark, New Jersey.
Y'all are not
What I
wrong.
learned there was absolutely shocking and appalling. In particular, the medical neglect, denying people access to potentially life-saving care and withholding necessary medicine is truly abhorrent. I saw people diagnosed with cancer and denied any treatment. At Delaney Hall and across the country, detainees are being held in squalor in facilities that do not meet basic sanitary needs.
I had to put
As if
something
that
on the
weren't bad
YouTube
enough,
side.
this legislation would dramatically increase the number of children who are subjected indefinitely to such deplorable conditions. That is the very definition of cruelty, but it is standard operating procedure for this Republican majority. A year and a half into the second Trump administration, a clear picture of its immigration policies and their consequences has emerged. They have sent masked agents to terrorize our communities with aggressive and violent tactics, arresting and in some cases murdering American citizens. They are tearing children away from their parents, and when they are caught violating the law, they've deliberately lied to the American people and even to federal courts, which have called them out at unprecedented levels. And where is this Republican Congress? Rather than holding this administration accountable, they have served as its enablers, fueling its reign of terror with hundreds of billions of dollars and no accountability measures. And today, they seek to pass legislation that would codify some of the worst and most cruel policies. I understand that marking up this bill was the price that some members extracted from the Speaker in order to allow action to proceed on the House floor. But if this bill were to become law, it is the American people who would pay the cost. I urge all members to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition.
Do you mind moving the mic in front of your?
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this bill, the Permanent Trump Secure Border Act.
Of course you do.
This bill expands
This is cum lover
detention,
dove,
reduces
everybody.
due process, strips protections for children, and hands even more unchecked authority to agencies that have already harmed communities like mine in Los Angeles. We already know what an ICE with unchecked power looks like. At Dilley Detention Center in Texas, it looks like children reporting mistreatment, contaminated food, sleeplessness, and inadequate medical care. In Hawthorne, California, it looks like Carrie Lopez Alvarado, a 9-month pregnant U.S. citizen, shoved against a truck, handcuffed, chained, and interrogated by ICE agents about where she was born. She later went to the hospital with abdominal pain and gave birth early. In Huntington Park, California, it looks like federal agents
Oh,
using
so we get another
explosive
fucking anchor
devices
baby. Great.
outside Jenny Ramirez's home while her 1-year-old and 6-year-old children were inside. Everyone in that home was a United States citizen.
You know, every one of these incidents wouldn't have happened had they have just been, amicable about it. I'm pretty sure there was no reason to handcuff and shove some pregnant woman against a fucking car if she wasn't trying to escape. Like, oh, ICE is gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. She actually sent herself into labor with that stress, not the officers. She sent herself into fucking labor with that stress. I'm not going to sit here and play around with stupid ass fucking people like Cum Lover Dove here. I'm not going to sit here and play this fucking game with this little cheerleader bitch in fucking Congress who makes the laws that tell you how to live your life. Let's not forget that. I'm not going to play nice with these people any fucking more. She sent her own goddamn self into labor by stressing herself the fuck out. I kind of like that trans dude that flipped out. And what is it? Columbia University, I think it was. I forget exactly where it was. Dude got tasered and drugged the fuck out simply because he was freaking out on the officer who was not there for him. Knew him by name, which means the guy has actually dealt with the fucked up kid before, which is probably why the fucked up kid thought that cop was there for him. But he freaks the fuck out and starts screaming at the top of his lungs about how he's being misgendered. And then you wonder why your ass is going to fucking jail? Like, seriously, can we stop with the fucking retardation for once in our pathetic existence here, okay?
And in my district, I saw firsthand what it looks like. During my visit to Adelanto ICE Detention Center, I met my constituent, Carlitos Ricardo Parias. He's a food bank volunteer. He's been recognized by the city for his good works. He is a father and a husband. And he was shot in the arm during a traffic stop by immigration agents before being taken into custody. Mind you, the judge dismissed those trumped-up charges. But he is still in Adelanto, and he is still not receiving the medical treatment that he deserves.
Yeah, judges are dismissing a lot of fucking charges, aren't they?
He reported severe pain, nerve impairment, swelling, reduced mobility, headaches, vision problems, and a bone infection.
Well, how about not trying to fight for your fucking life when somebody says, hey, are you here in this country illegally? How about that shit? How about not acting like a fucking retarded ass ape when you're walking around somewhere like, oh my God, somebody's going to, hey, I got a question. Are you here legally into this country? Let's go kill everybody now. Stop with the fucking retard shit, and maybe this goddamn monkey ass shit won't happen. Maybe, just maybe. Just maybe that's a fucking idea. You running around here thinking that ICE officers are just going to mark somebody in the middle of the fucking street is what causes these fucking retards to do this shit. You fucking know it. You're riling up people trying to get incidences to happen so people get all pissy about how the government is fucking functioning. Why? You think we're going to join your side against the government? Bitch, we have our own fucking problems with the government, and every single one of us are ready to go to fucking war, but it ain't for your cause. Your ideas about the shit are incredibly fucking insane. You want everybody else to benefit off of our hard work, our prosperity, simply because they exist, not because they have any fucking right to, but just simply because they fucking exist, because you still want a slave labor communist fucking country. You're a threat to my national security, and I must treat you as such.
Look to me like his arm will be amputated. And when I was able to get the medical records, it was revealed that for his gunshot wound, he is receiving vitamin D. I was told by the—
Oh my God, he's taking vitamin D, everybody. He got shot, and for that, he's taking vitamin D. This is insane. The dude has to take vitamin D because somebody shot him because he was acting a fucking fool.
The folks at Adelanto that pre-existing conditions are not treated. I was told that the doctors at Adelanto are not liable for treating any kind of medical issue that occurs before arrival. That is stupid, and it is malpractice. Mr. Parias remains in detention, and he is still not receiving the medical attention that—
He's still not receiving his vitamin fucking D, and it's illegal that you're not giving him his vitamin D that he takes on a regular basis. Fuck you. Fuck you. Seriously, fuck you. I think these motherfuckers should actually be fed the fast food slop that's thrown in the fucking garbage can at the end of the night from these fast food restaurants. That's all they're fucking worth. The throwaways. Give it to them.
He deserves. So why are we not marking up legislation to address these abuses? Why are we not conducting the necessary oversight on these conditions? Why are we so afraid?
Why are we so afraid to give these illegals 5-star fucking hotels to stay in?
To have the folks responsible for this kind of behavior come before us and answer questions. If you are not afraid of the answers, then you should not be afraid of the questions that will be asked of you.
The questions that will be asked of me would be fucking insane to even try to even ask. That's why. And not to mention the fact that you just want to bring people in so you can get social media clips about you screaming to them like you're doing something. Put me in there and I'll put them all in their fucking places. Every damn time they start this, I will interrupt. Every damn time. If they want to mouth off, I can mouth off harder. I will shut this shit the fuck down. You want to play these fucking games? I'm going to go after you and embarrass you. I'm going to fuck up every single one of your clips, and I'm going to purposely do it so I can sit there and spout off the truth while you run your mouth. And your clip will be ruined every fucking time. Put me in. Sub me the fuck in, coach.
Why are we marking up a bill that rewards inhumane treatment with more authority and fewer safeguards? A bill that imprisons children, a bill that weakens asylum protections, a bill that criminalizes technical errors, a bill that empowers agencies with a documented record of abuse. None of those things in this bill will make us safer. This is a doubling down on cruelty. And yes, Republicans in this Congress have given DHS $240 billion. That is larger than the budgets of 150 countries.
150 countries have dumped their fucking worst of the worst in their civilizations into ours. And that was your fault.
They have more police officers than the cities of Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, Washington, D.C.,
your fault.
Vegas,
You did
LA.
it. You caused
combined.
it. You caused
And
it.
the American people don't want to see more killings on their streets.
No. We don't want to. But it's getting to the point where we just rather it be done with now. You know how dangerous that is for a population? One side wants to kill the other side simply because they're trying to enforce the law. And the law is the only thing keeping it all together. Once the other side gives the fuck up about enforcing the law, where the fuck you think that's going to lead to? And the only thing we can actually hope for after that point is after we all break into these little groups and start taking our anger out on each other, we can quickly start realizing that you both are yelling about the same goddamn shit, just blaming each other for the how it happened. Once you figure out the real fucking problem, then we can do something. It's just going to take a little bit of time. How much time? Well, that's up to y'all.
And they don't want this bill. They
We
want
will be
that
fucking
madness
screwed. What's
to
up,
stop.
homie Tyler? How you doing?
They want answers to their questions, and they want oversight. And this committee has an obligation to stop trying to ram this kind of nonsense through a committee and to instead conduct the
kind of nonsense that stops illegal crossings like we've had, what, since Trump's been in office? Less than 3 fucking digits? As soon as he signed that executive order, the border was closed, and for months on end, we didn't have a single one. But this is nonsense to her. It's nonsense to her that we should have borders that people actually respect. This is nonsense to her because, oh my God, if one person dies, we should just stop it all and welcome the fucking world in. It's all nonsense that we actually have a border in the first place.
Kind of oversight that we all deserve. If one of these people in any of these videos was your child, your friend, your neighbor,
If they were fucking around with law enforcement and freaking the fuck out, making the problem worse, I'd be like, yeah, it's your fucking fault, stupid motherfucker. Look what you got. If one of them were my friend, I'd be ragging on them all the fucking time for being blatantly fucking retarded. If one of my friends actually tried to interrupt law enforcement with a gun actually on their person, you get what you get, you dumb motherfucker. If one of my friends tries to run over an ICE officer trying to get away after blocking their fucking caravan, you get what you get, motherfucker. If one of my friends was running around in circles trying to avoid ICE and they shot him because he's a danger to everybody, you get what you get, motherfucker.
even somebody you didn't like, you would still be pressing for oversight. So let's get to that business instead of this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, which would codify some of Trump's cruelest immigration policies and does nothing to combat the atrocities committed by the Department of Homeland Security on our communities.
So they can fucking kill you in mass. They can rob you. They can beat you. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can rape you in mass, and it's fine. They don't know. They don't even know our ways. They're not used to it. They have to have some time to adjust. You can't throw them in prison for that shit. You can't deport them for that. They're not used to being here yet. But yet you step out of line. You'll be in prison for the rest of your life, right? When you don't charge them, they can never be found guilty, which is what you scream about. They need to have their due process. Just because they are accused of a crime, they shouldn't be deported until they've been found guilty. When you don't charge them of the crime, they can never be found guilty of that crime. Right, you fucking whore? Okay, cool. So when you start charging them, then we will start deporting after conviction. Agreed? Oh no, you don't want that? Well, you're too fucking stupid to be called human and too fucking pathetic to ever respect that.
When immigration officers violate people's constitutional rights or physically harm people or kill people or terrorize communities, it's not an accident or an outlier. It's the Department of Homeland Security's planned policy. It's also not unique to this administration because immigration enforcement was designed to be cruel and callous and lawless. When DHS was formed, it took power away from other agencies that may have been better served to provide the individual services and stuffed them together all in the name of national security. But since its start, it's been responsible for the targeting, the detainment, and family separation of hundreds of thousands of people. The courts are separate, the judges are unaccountable, and detention networks remain deplorable. This isn't just Trump administration manipulating an otherwise effective agency, though. It is rogue by design. DHS has caused so much harm to our communities, yet Republicans keep wanting to throw money at it with no oversight mechanisms to rein in their bad actions. In the last 13 months alone, they've been given $240 billion. DHS has taken that money and hired incompetent and unqualified immigration enforcement officers. They've thrown the money at private prison corporations to expand detention centers.
Most of the people that have been actually been brought in have been either law enforcement or ex-military. So to say they have no qualifications to do so, are you calling our military shit? Are you calling all, well, yeah, you are calling law enforcement shit. It's amazing. It's amazing how fucking blatant they are with this shit. It should be concerning to every single person on this planet how blatant they are with absolute fucking treason being on everything they say and do. And I do say treason because, yes, they levy warfare on you. Remember how the Democrats shut down the government simply because didn't want to give Medicare to illegals? Remember how they levied economic warfare upon the fucking people? For 45 fucking days, the people that relied on the government suffered because they didn't get what they wanted. Yeah, that's economic warfare on the people. That was the Democrat Party. Remember how they partial shutdown for what was it? 70 fucking something days? Where ICE couldn't do anything. They had no funding. They couldn't go out there. They couldn't do a damn thing for 70 fucking something days. Huh. That's actually warfare because you're giving aid and comfort to those who levy war on the American citizens so they can rape and pillage however they see fit. Informational and psychological warfare, constantly fucking lying and blaming the other side for what you fucking do. That's a Marxist tactic, by the way, but informational and psychological warfare none the fucking less because you're literally blaming everybody else for what you're fucking doing and lying about it. And because speech and debate clause in the performance of their duties, it's fine, ladies and gentlemen. Supreme Court has even said so. So all the shit that they're making up, but yes, both left and right, all the shit that they're making up, they can say whatever the fuck they want to as long as they're in these hearings. As long as they're on the House floor making these debates. And they've extended that as to if anybody says Representative Lee from Pennsylvania, she is in performance of her duties. Now, if they would call her Summer Lee, no, or they call her Summer, the moment they say Rep Lee, that they are in performance of their duties and they can say and do whatever, or well, they can not do, but they can say whatever the fuck they want to say, whenever the fuck they want to say it, however the fuck they want to say it, because it's in their performance of their duties. The speech and debate clause has been fucking abused too much. We need to rein it the fuck in.
They've even purchased spyware and people's data to get around the Fourth Amendment protections. 6 people have been killed by ICE and CBP during immigration enforcement actions, and another 53 people have died in ICE custody. The agency has gone out of its way to not cooperate with local law enforcement to investigate these killings, though. There have been no reports that agents responsible have faced any discipline or consequences. Often, DHS won't even
Wait. It wasn't long ago that your fucking dumbass was screaming about how these agencies should be able to just do their own because it's federal jurisdiction. That they should be able to just go ahead and just investigate themselves so they can find that they've done nothing wrong because it's federal jurisdiction. It wasn't long ago you yourself was arguing that shit. But now you're arguing that somebody else must investigate them? Something's a little off here.
Identify them. DHS has also racially targeted people, smashed into people's houses without warrants, and disappeared people. These arrests are usually based on no cause, no investigation, no hearing with the judge, and no due process. The immigration officers don't care about a person's status, whether a person is actually a citizen, if that person has a child at home, or even if they physically harm the person during an arrest. This committee should be holding hearings with DHS officials demanding
that they're trying to physically harm these fucking officers. Should they give a fuck about physically harming you? No. Absolutely goddamn not. Especially when they've been shot at, especially when they've been run over, especially when you've doxed them, especially when they've had threats, they've had attempts on them. No. Any fucking wrong move, they should put 2 between the eyes and be done with it. I would. You have shown a willingness to kill me, and I'm supposed to play nice just because you exist? Oh, fuck you.
Transparency and accountability. We should be examining how DHS's creation allowed the agency to operate outside the law and the Constitution. We should be listening to refugees and asylum seekers about how to improve the intake process and better protect them. Cruelty is the point the Department of Homeland Security, and this bill fully supports that. I urge my colleagues to grow a conscience and to oppose this.
If cruelty is the point of the Department of Homeland Security, every Republican has a fucking legitimate fucking complaint. Every Republican has a legitimate fucking complaint under the entire Biden administration, especially the 2 years the Democrats held everything. Yes. So if it's meant for cruelty, bitch, you were cruel as fuck with it, weren't you? You just admitted you're a shit fucking person.
Bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone seek recognition? Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California, the other gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, once again, our nation is at war. So far, 17 American service members have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Hundreds others have been injured. These are soldiers that take an oath to defend our country, to make the ultimate sacrifice when necessary. These soldiers need to know that we back home have their back. My amendment essentially codifies current President Trump administration policy. H.R. 2 protects parole only the children and spouses of active duty servicemen. My amendment would essentially, again, codify current Trump policy of protecting children, spouses, and the parents of active duty service members, reservists, and veterans.
Been a while since you've been
As
here.
you know, today, actually, very sadly, ICE is willing to go after the military families, and specifically the parents who are not protected by this bill. Again, ICE is going after the parents of soldiers who are serving in our battlefield today. In my district, Santa Ana, Narciso Barranco, a hardworking, law-abiding man, and father of 3 U.S. Marines. Folks, you make movies about individuals like this. He was pepper sprayed, handcuffed, and beaten while being restrained by ICE agents.
Restrained?
After the incident,
He
Mr.
was
Barranco
stained?
was held in custody for 3 weeks
I'm
by
sorry,
our
that's
government
just-
as they tried to deport him.
That's me being a dick.
After a judge ruled in Mr. Barranco's favor, DHS still worked to appeal the ruling, to pause his parole in place application, and to deport him. It's important to note, he had a parole in place application, a father of 3 Marines, and our U.S. government, DHS, was doing everything in its power to deport this father of 3 Marines. The second case, in Huntington Beach, Humberto Martinez was stopped and taken into ICE custody while driving with his daughter, Ana, to school. He was removed to Mexico within hours. At the time of his arrest, he had a pending parole application in place based on his other daughter's active.
All right, you know what? I'm actually going to allow this argument. He's making a strong one here, though. Yeah. If they were service members, are or were service members, that's you put everything on the line for it. I think you should have it. You know what I'm saying? That is a good one. I'll allow this one, Correa.
Duty military service. His daughter, Jessica Martinez, a Navy aviation ordnanceman serving aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. 20 years old, Navy Abraham Lincoln. On the same day her father was deported, Jessica was deployed aboard the Lincoln to the Middle East amid the conflict with Iran.
Okay.
Folks, this is not the way to reward our soldiers. You have to make
I'm sorry. I can't feel bad for that. You're in the military, you know what it is. At a moment's notice, you will be called up. But just because something like that happens at home doesn't mean you should not be in performance of your duties. And think about all the service members who lose people, who people die, people go to jail, people get sick, people wind up in the hospital the day they're deployed. But do we stop them and be like, no, you don't get to go yet. You can grieve for a day or two before we personally send you over there because of... No! the fuck, man? That argument I will not allow.
Make sure you let our men and women in uniform that are fighting for our country know that our nation has their back. My amendment, again, is simply codifying President Trump's current policy of extending parole in place to parents of active duty service members, reservists, and veterans.
The people he's talking about aren't soldiers, it's their children who are serving, not them. Now, there was one where a retired officer actually kind of self-deported himself, and we wouldn't allow him to come back to the country after he didn't want to self-deport anymore. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of a fucked up story, because it's just, yeah, he was military. He should have it, right? I mean, that first argument he was making, yeah. But others, because their children are soldiers, they should be allowed to stay. Nope. Sorry, don't give a fuck.
Since 2013, USCIS has approved over 40,000 applications for military parole in place, including 20,000 applications approved by the Trump administration from 2017 to 2020. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order from California? Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Under current law, members of the United States military can seek expedited path to LPR status. The legislation that we have contemplates very specifically dealing with the spouse and children with respect to parole for members of the United States military. We believe that is directly reflective of what the administration is doing and reflective of the appropriate policy, that this amendment is unnecessary. Now, I would add, in response to some of the rhetoric from my colleagues in their statements regarding the legislation, I want to remind everybody out there who's viewing this, this is legislation that we
4 years
passed,
for you and an additional 4 years for each of your family members.
Previously in Congress and
on the surface, that doesn't sound like such a bad idea, honestly. I mean, hey, I come over here, I join the service. 4 years for me, I get citizenship. I want to bring my mother and father over. I need another 4 years, so we got your ass for 12 years. I mean, what's the best way to indoctrinate somebody into the American fucking system? That may work. That may work. Let's put that in our back pocket real quick. But yeah, it was Sejong Park. In June 2025, Sejong Park, a U.S. Army veteran and Purple Heart recipient, self-deported to South Korea after nearly 50 years of living in the United States. Park, who served in 1989 invasion of Panama, was shot twice in action, faced an ultimatum from Immigration Custom Enforcement to leave voluntary or face detention and formal deportation. I'm sorry. I think the man deserves it. You know, fuck it. Let him stay. Give him citizenship at that point. A fucking U.S. Army veteran, Purple Heart recipient, and you're going to tell him self-deport your ass and get the fuck out. That's a bad look, though, is it not? There is an argument to be made there about something like that. Yes, the man put his life on the line for his country. Why the hell is he not a citizen after 50 fucking years? And then after 50 years, you tell his ass, yeah, you gotta get out no matter what. Just because. Argument to be made.
Of this committee. This legislation is designed very specifically to codify current practices which have objectively and irrefutably slowed, stemmed, eliminated the border crisis that was resulting directly in the deaths of American people. In a moment, but I just want to finish here in response to the amendment. That's the purpose here. And I heard my colleagues bringing up other matters involving enforcement, ICE, and things going on, which we can have a full-throated debate about, and we have repeatedly in this room and elsewhere. But what we're talking about here is stopping what happened. I mean, again, we've had repeated testimony in this room from people who were victimized by folks that were released into the United States. In a little bit, I'm not going to do it right now, I've got an entire folder here, an entire folder of the examples of people that I'm going to ask to insert in the record in a little bit, of Americans, hundreds, dozens, like all of these pages right here. These are all Americans, all people, and by the way, all immigrants who were abused by people released into the United States under the previous administrations and my colleagues' policies of abusing asylum and parole that resulted directly in these rapes, murders, and destruction, and death, and fentanyl, and impacts on the state of Texas to the tune of $11 billion of incalculable impact that we're trying to deal with. So
I mean,
here,
he's right, though.
we have legislation designed to codify it. I remember, my daughter's here, and we were watching an episode of The West Wing from 1999, 2000, it was the Shibboleth episode. And they were talking about, there were some Christian refugees from China. And there was an entire episode dedicated to credible fear and trying to figure out and determine whether there was in fact credible fear. And here, fast forward, and we are long gone from the days of Chuck Schumer taking to the Senate floor and talking about the need for border security, or our Democratic colleagues going to the House floor and talking about the need for border security, or a relatively left-leaning television show talking about the law and following the law with respect to credible fear. And instead, we have seen this evolution to abuse credible fear, make it completely meaningless, drive a truck through loopholes of that, parole, asylum, and all of the things that are designed to allow us to be a country that does the
I have a theory brewing with this. Like, Democrats have been all about the border for decades, right? And then all of a sudden do a complete 180 after all these people that they've literally let in and forced into the fucking country. After all those years of complaining about things that could happen, I think they actually made them happen. They forced it, they pushed it, they made it happen. And just to say, see, we told you in the first place, now we have control because we did all this. Unfortunately, it backfired hard, but I'm forming a theory with this shit. And I think this was all fucking planned. And I know it was all planned, but I think it was all fucking planned just to be like, yeah, see, here's a kick in the nuts out of everything we've said was going to happen, we made happen. It's like a self-fulfilling fucking prophecy with this shit.
Things I think the gentleman is referring to, right? That we have a country that wants to say that when there's a baby at your doorstep, or when there's somebody that is deserving of a parole so they can come here and have a kidney transplant or see their grandmother or do the things we all as human beings and people of faith want to do, we are left having to deal with the exploitation and using loopholes to undo the purpose of the law. And so thus resulted in the countless millions of people in the United States that then harmed Americans. So the purpose of this bill is to leave in place paths. As I said, military, if you're here, there's a path, expedited path to LPR. If you're the spouse or child of that person, there is a path under parole. This legislation would leave in place a path for asylum, a path for parole, a path to be able to deal with unaccompanied children, being able to seek asylum, all of the paths we want to do as people of faith to help individuals, but not allow it to be exploited, to dump people onto the streets of our country that have resulted directly in the death, destruction, murder, mayhem of the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Well, we're still on the other amendment.
Oh,
we're still.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield time to Mr. Correa.
To my colleague from Texas, I want to get you back on point on my amendment. Again, this is President Trump's existing policy on his website. You mentioned children and spouses of military personnel. My amendment simply adds parents of active duty service members, reservists, and veterans. And I have my colleagues here in this committee focus on what we're talking about here. On this amendment, you have Jessica Martinez, a Navy aviation oarsman on the SS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier. Her job is to, again, load up those F-18s with ordnances as they go off to another mission. This is a 20-year-old naval personnel in an aircraft carrier.
Okay.
What are we telling her the day you deport her father? The next day you say, please make the ultimate sacrifice for your country. We're talking about keeping this country strong, defending this nation, about soldiers who are human beings.
So because her father's here illegally and she's a U.S. citizen serving her country, she should be relieved of her duties because her father was deported? I mean, to get the argument, and I think Tweaked may be onto something with that one, but it all stems from two places, that old ball bag Soros and Zinni the Pooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially with the Chinese influence into the elections and everything like that, and these paid these paid propagandists and everything like that. Yes, I actually do think that Hassan Piker needs to be fucking picked up and arrested now. And that means all of his groupies with him. Every single fucking one of them. That they were part of this shit. There's a lot of motherfuckers that need to be picked up. Not just Hassan, but go after him because he's the biggest fucking one. Cut this fucking head off instead of just trying to death by 1,000 cuts. It's not going to work. You in the fucking shit so people know full fucking well they can't fuck around anymore. And then all of this will be okay. I promise you.
And more importantly, my friend from Texas, I'm essentially codifying with this amendment current Trump administration policy. This is the Trump administration policy. And if we're here to keep America strong, we got to make sure that we watch the backs of those military officers, those military personnel, men and women fighting for us across the country.
Yes.
This is a common sense legislation, common sense amendment to keep our country strong. Again, Narciso.
But again, they shouldn't be relieved of their duties because their parents or somebody in their family was deported. I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen. That's dumb. I will not allow that to be a fucking thing.
Barranco, the father of 3 U.S. Marines, both of these fathers were following the legal process to adjust their status to stay in the United States.
All funded by the same organization this past
them.
election.
They deported one individual. Yeah. The second one they're trying to deport. What is this all about? Narciso Barranco, father of 3 Marines. We should be getting ready to make a movie about this guy. His 3 sons he raised to be patriots, and we want to deport them. Mr. Martinez, daughter, Navy, proud American, and we're trying to deport her father. Chairman, I yield. No. Yield back to Ms. Diapol.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, but the Trump policy that's on the website is what this amendment is about. The bill that is in the bill, the military parole option only benefits the spouses and minor children of active military service members. And so in doing so, it leaves out the service members' parents and the families of U.S. veterans. It leaves out the families of individuals who served or are currently serving as reservists. That is different from the Trump policy that is on Trump's website. So Mr. Correa's amendment seeks to codify the one parole program that the Trump administration is actually using, and I don't understand why my Republican colleagues want to restrict a parole program that is actually being utilized by Donald Trump for members of our military. And to your broader point about the work that we need to do, if only we would actually reform the immigration system. We have spent between $400 to $450 billion on border security over the last 10 years instead of actually providing more legal pathways. You can't do one without the other and expect one to work. What we need is a functioning immigration system that allows people to have a process whereby they come to the United States. It is orderly, it is humane. We respect the rights of those who are here. We don't try to throw out people who are here and who have committed no crimes, who are working, who are doing all the things. And we have not provided a pathway to citizenship for people in this country, including those who have lived here for 30 years. Imagine how this country would suffer if we actually succeed in kicking out everybody that Trump and Stephen Miller want to kick out.
The gentleman, lady, yield for a question. So, my question is this. They're calling this the Permanent Trump Act, but it seems like there's at least one Trump policy they don't like. They're positioning this legislation to the right of Donald Trump. Why are they doing that?
That's my question, Ranking Member. That is my question. They are taking away the one parole program for...
Oh, no. He still has a target on his back. Fetterman still has a target on his back. Yeah, he stroked out and he just came back and he's like, oh my God, they are psychotic as hell. And yeah, he painted a target on his back, and they're probably working to get his ass out.
Or our U.S. service members and their families that Trump actually codified or put onto his website. They don't want to codify that.
Time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
I move to strike the last word.
Wait a second. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield my time, Mr. Chairman, to the gentleman from Texas.
The soldiers' parents, I mean, their wives, husbands, and children's argument to be made, and that's just more of a emotional kind of argument. What up, Neuro? How you doing? It's more of an friends incoming. All right, appreciate it. That's more of an emotional argument. America's Untold Stories has rated the stream. Thank you. For everybody here, buckle up. The stupidity's not going to stop. It really isn't. We are listening to the markup of putting the executive order Trump signed about the border to close the border and everything. We're listening to the Judiciary Committee mark that bill up and argue about the wording in the bill and amendments in the bill and everything. This is a long one. I'm not going to be able to hear the entire thing. What up, Scott? How you doing? But yeah, we're listening to these arguments, and they're increasingly getting more unhinged and insane as we go along. And we just started. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'll even put it at 1.5 speed. Because, yeah, appreciate the raid. Everybody buckle up.
I think the gentleman from Wisconsin, a few data points here that I think are important. Number one, this policy dates back to Obama.
Oh, wait.
It was a Biden policy. So to say it was a Trump policy is not accurate. Number two,
slow down, Chip.
This amendment was offered when we debated this bill in the last Congress before the current Trump administration. This amendment was offered under
I can't believe
Biden
I'm about to
being
say
president.
this, but I'll vote for Fetterman.
The idea that you're trying to say that, this is somehow a Trump policy. It is a policy that has, it is a policy that I acknowledge has spanned several administrations of folks across.
Wait a minute. You got tweaked over here saying he would rather vote for a Democrat like Fetterman. You also got Bill Maher saying he ain't voting fucking Democrat because y'all have lost. What have we done?
The other side of the aisle and Republicans. I agree with that policy has existed, but it was put in place. Hold on a second. That it was put in place under Obama, that it was carried forward under Biden, that we debated it when Biden was president. We offered the same amendment during that time, and then now, yes, it has stayed as the policy. The point of the statutory change is to make the statutory change very specific that does not do anything to change what is already law.
One of the very few making sense.
LPR status if you're the active duty member of the military. That's currently allowed and under the statute it's lawful. But it is putting in place a specific parole category for spouses and children. That is what the legislation does, I think, in good faith to deal with this issue, broadly speaking, for the men and women in the military.
You got a good point.
And to provide for that for the direct spouse and children.
He's part of your
and
crew.
Whatever the policies are of the administration, they can do that. But this is Congress speaking with one voice,
Gentlemen,
with a tight definition with respect to how we handle the men and women in the military and their spouses and children. And
That's like Tiffany Henyard running to Georgia and running as a fucking Republican to get comptroller or something like that. A city comptroller or she's looking to go back into office. She was the mayor of Dalton, Illinois. She was the one that literally siphoned off like millions upon millions of dollars from two small ass towns that are right next to each other. Then she runs off to Georgia and tries to run as a Republican. Why? Because there's no Republican on the ticket.
That's the purpose of the legislation. Matt, I'll yield back to
the gentleman from Wisconsin. The gentleman from Wisconsin controls.
I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
And I yield back to the chair.
That shit's great. That's a great story.
Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just clarify one thing.
She might actually win, though. That's the problem.
It's not a Biden policy or Obama policy or Trump 1.0 policy.
I'd rather
We're
listen
talking
to
about what the
Ratchet
policy
Henyard than
is right
Jayapal
now
or Rat
under this
Foreskin.
administration. So stop
The shovel face and Rat
to try to
Foreskin
put
are
the
very hard to
blame
listen
on
to.
somebody else for a policy that you don't like. It is this administration's policy.
douchebag.
That's what we're talking about. But I want to go back to something that my friend from Texas said earlier a couple times, that people of faith are just trying to
help other people, I believe you said. That trying to find that inner humanity and that faith to do what is right for the American residents and the American people. The question then becomes, why don't you care about the immigrant children who are being absolutely terrorized and abused by this Department of Homeland Security?
Because their parents invited that shit to happen to them when they came here illegally. Just because children exist does not mean that they should be protected, or their parents should be protected from illegal entry. Like, are we even trying to argue this as a real fucking argument? Like, this is stupid. This is absolutely stupid. This, mind you, comes from a guy who literally did not pay his fucking rent. This motherfucker makes damn near $200,000 a year off his salary alone, who's serving as a representative. For over a year, did not pay his rent on the only property that ties him to the district he represents. They tried to serve him eviction papers, and the dude, because there was security at the front gate, the dude couldn't get eviction papers served to him for over a year. And why? Well, there was a moratorium on rent. I didn't have to pay. Goldman needs his hard drive checked. I mean, I don't think he would be doing anything nefarious as far as what that actually means. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you check his hard drives on all his shit, you're gonna find a lot of criminality. I guarantee that. But as far as what you mean by that, I don't think so. I will say this: the motherfucker deserves it after telling a woman whose child died from fentanyl that she was too stupid to know what high crimes and misdemeanors are because she didn't go to college. He said that in a Homeland Security hearing about the border. He told a woman that she did not belong in that hearing because she didn't go to college, and she doesn't know what high crimes and misdemeanors are simply because she didn't go to college.
First of all, this administration tried to stop providing counsel to unaccompanied children. Obviously, these unaccompanied children
Levi Strauss there,
are not making these decisions of their own volition. They are children. Many don't speak the language, have no idea how this immigration system works. And this Department of Homeland Security wants to take away their legal counsel. Well, thankfully, a judge intervened and required the administration to abide by the contracts that it had
before the end.
Provide counsel for unaccompanied children. Now,
we just started.
Recognizing they can't prevent it or withhold it, the administration is now withholding payment under those contracts to the legal services providers. And in fact, they are demanding private confidential information, some of which is subject to the attorney-client privilege, in order to send that money that they are owed. These are not big law firms. These are small nonprofit organizations that cannot survive without getting paid, and yet the administration refuses to do it. And as of today, more than
hold on. But you want to shut down the government to give illegals health care and refuse to pay everybody who lives off government subsidies. You were willing to put them in economic harm so you can continue economic warfare on the people, and yet you're complaining about this? It's time to sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. I'm done with you constantly fucking crying. How the fuck you're still in office? I don't know either. You love the Jews, and New York is pro-Palestine socialist now? How the fuck do you keep getting elected?
And 6 months of
Renegade?
Payments have not been made. But that's not it. The average length of time for unaccompanied children in ORR custody in October of 2024 was 35 days. In November of 2025, it was 185 days. This administration,
Goldman or Dems talking
on
about
average,
attorney-client
is putting
privilege is hilarious.
children in jail.
I mean, they went
for more
after
than 6
lawyers
months.
just because they represented
Many
Trump.
of them are actually eligible for SIDGE, for their own protection as unaccompanied children who if they are returned to their country, will face abuse from a parent. So now this bill says we're going to actually reduce the protections for those children who can show an abusive or violent parent by saying that if they have one parent that they can be with that is not abusive, then they don't qualify for SIDGE. But the problem is that one parent is often here in the United States, and so by denying them this lawful parole, they are then going to be deported back to the one parent who is abusing them. So if you really are a person of faith who cares about the humanity of people and wants to do right by people, then
I get it. I understand the argument, but we know full fucking well you don't give a shit about that either. How many children went missing as the Democrats denied the border problem was a thing? How many children went into fucking human trafficking because you wanted it to happen? How many fucking children were raped coming across the border just so they can be let in by you? You don't give a shit about the kids. You don't give a shit about the kids, or you'd let them stay, America. Meanwhile, they had to be raped to get here, and nobody wants to talk about that shit. Once they got here, they were lost in the fucking system. Nobody knew where they went. They went to people that weren't even related to them. All you had to do was just sign paperwork to get you a child that came across the fucking border. But yet you don't care about the kids because you want to send them back to the abusers they came from, instead of putting it in the hands of other abusers. This is absolutely fucking retarded.
why don't you care about children, whether they are immigrant children or American citizen children?
Clips on X
Why are you
earlier.
punishing children who often are not making decisions of their own because, as we know from our own law, children
Ilian Gonzalez
generally are not considered capable of making decisions on
fucking
their own.
Ilian Gonzalez got us into
So
this
I call
point.
on your faith of all of us, to care for children. Basic human decency. Now yield back.
It'd be funny if that were actually true, though.
Discussion on the amendment.
Mr.
Navarro.
Mr. Chairman, I have a very simple question. I would ask the gentleman from Texas, does he oppose supporting parents of soldiers in the manner that the gentleman's amendment would do?
I oppose the parents. I oppose the parents. I'm sorry. You don't need them here to be in performance of your duties. Your child, your spouse, maybe an argument. Maybe an argument. I mean, if your child's in another country, you're not going to want to actually perform your fucking duties, right? Argument to be made. Parents? Why the fuck do I have to pay for the parents? Or shouldn't the parents be paying for themselves? They're old enough to do so.
I'm yielding you the time to answer the question.
If a member of the armed services seeks LPR status, then that individual can then go seek
wasn't
bringing
my
in
question.
their, well, but that's the path right now under our current law. They can do that, and this legislation contemplates spouses and children.
Yes,
and
but
that's what we think is appropriate under
why
this
would you
status.
oppose this legislation also contemplating parents?
Well, first of all, the
Because they're old enough to pay for them fucking selves. They're old enough to do their own fucking thing. They are actual adults. There's no reason you need to have your parents in this country to be in performance of your fucking duties. That is insane.
legislation has a number of flaws in it, which we can go into it, and that are issues involving.
Reclaiming my time, the gentleman's amendment would cure this one flaw. Why would you oppose it?
There are numerous issues with the amendment. We believe the legislation, as it is crafted, does exactly what.
Say it, Chip. You don't need your parents here to be in performance of your fucking duties. The only time I would make that exception is if we went to war with a country your parents were in. That's it. Other than that, you don't need your parents here to get up every fucking morning and perform your duties in the military. Sorry, if you can't stop suckling the tit long enough, you shouldn't be in the service any damn way.
What we intend to do to ensure that armed services folks have a path,
Holy
that their
fuck.
spouse and children have a path,
But not
that
their
if you seek
parents.
LPR, the parents have a
But not
path if
their
you seek LPR status. And that's a tight and good way to do it. That's what the legislation contemplates.
I fail to understand the grounds for opposing the amendment that would give parents the same status as children and spouses here.
As I've said, the legislation allows for that possibility for the member of the armed
Why not
services
provide
to
it?
seek LPR.
Not
Well,
simply allow the possibility.
Because our laws, that way you know whether the individual is serving the armed services, they want to become an LPR, there's a path to do that expedited, they can do that, and then they can seek status for their parent.
That would also allow as citizens, you know, these anchor babies to join the military. And now you have their parents who are Chinese fucking nationals coming into this country and they're allowed to be a citizen. Yeah, that's fucking smart. That's really fucking smart, right? All these anchor babies that come over here, all they have to do is join the military. They themselves are held to a standard, not the fucking Chinese nationals, not their parents. Their parents get to do whatever the fuck they want to do, whenever the fuck they want to do it, and fuck this country over from within. And that's fine. That's fine. We should allow that. Why? Because the anchor baby became a fucking military service member. Fucking ridiculous. I don't know much about Chip Roy, but I support him 1,000%. There are some things where I will argue against him on, but for the most part, it is common sense what he is actually proposing.
But it establishes as the parole status for the spouse or the child, which is a good policy.
Reclaiming my time. It establishes the status for the spouse or the children, but not for the parents. It seems to me there is no logical reason not to establish the same status, the same rights for the parents of a soldier. I yield back. Okay. Here's your argument, you fat ass fucking wonder of the world. Here's the fucking argument. You take a Chinese national that's actually an anchor baby, you put him in the fucking military, now those Chinese nationals can come to this country and fuck it up from within. Do you want a flood of fucking Chinese nationals in your country? Say it. Yes or no, motherfucker. Do you want Chinese nationals flooding this country? I want you on record. Say it. Yes or no. There's your argument.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank the gentleman from California for introducing this amendment and for spotting this outrageous departure from even current policy. As I understand it, military parole is in place today and available to people who are the immediate relatives of U.S. military service members and veterans.
You know better, but he will never say it directly.
Honorable discharges and people who
no, but he wants everybody else to say the words directly.
Many of them are decorated, but certainly they all have honorable discharges, okay? And so the military parole is available to people who are their immediate relatives, including their spouses and including their parents. Now, despite the fact that this legislation is called the Permanent Trump Act to codify his policies, they want to reject the policy and not codify the policy of allowing these immediate family members of veterans to get in, categorically, even spouses. They just want to go to active members of the forces, but not allow these people to come in with veterans who may even be decorated war heroes. They want to get rid of that. And I heard you mention a case of some people who live right near you, which is perhaps why this caught your eye, Mr. Correa. But I wonder if you would tell us exactly what we're talking about in this case, because as I heard you say it, we're talking about 3 sons, all of whom serve in the U.S. military, and they want to be able to deport their father. And that's something that is an ongoing case, is it right? Would you just apprise us of what's happening?
Yes, and let me say to you that one of them is a veteran, and 2 are active Marines. 2 are actually in the Marine Corps now. One of them honorably discharged, okay? Under the existing policy, Trump policy, the father applied for parole in place. submitted the application, moved ahead, and that's why when he was arrested, okay, he was not immediately deported, but deportation was paused. He went before a judge. The judge ruled in his favor. DHS is essentially coming back and appealing that favorable ruling. You're talking about 3 Marines, 2 active, 1 essentially a veteran. Always followed the law, has not been an individual with any criminal record. And this is the individual we're talking about.
Okay, and so if your amendment doesn't pass, essentially the legislation would say you have 3 sons, say, who served honorably and dutifully in Iraq or Afghanistan, and their father is now petitioning to be part of the military parole in place. He would be rejected because they're veterans at this point and because they're not active service members. I understand in the case today, it's a mixture of, but they just want to categorically say, if you're just a veteran of the United States, you don't get the benefit of this policy. And I got to believe that this is an oversight, although I'm a little stunned to hear the distinguished gentleman from Texas substantively defend this policy instead of just say, this looks like an oversight. Certainly, the families of veterans should be included as they were under Trump and Biden and Obama. It's a policy so obvious that it has had bipartisan participation by all of the presidents. And now, for some reason, I guess in an eagerness to demonstrate the anti-immigrant bona fides.
See, this is what happens when you're afraid to be when you're afraid to go for the throat. This is what happens, because I'd have sat there and looked at Nadler and said, do you want Chinese nationals flooding this country? Because all it takes is for these anchor babies to go into the fucking military, and you're telling me we should let these Chinese nationals who have an allegiance to China itself, the CC goddamn P, they should be able to just flood our country then, right? This is what you're telling me. And we should allow it simply because anchor babies join the military. We should allow the invasion of our country from a foreign fucking enemy simply because they're children that they dropped off in this country. Yes, they did drop them the fuck off. They came over here. It was a goddamn industry to bring them over here to have a baby under fucking even in vitro fertilization to have a child on U.S. soil, and they go back to China. So now that child is a U.S. fucking citizen. Again, all they have to do is join the military, and you're saying their parents should be allowed to come into this fucking country. You are a threat to national security, and you are treasonous as shit.
Of the majority, they want to go way to the right of what the current policy is and do some serious damage to people's families. Mr. Correa, I yield to you.
Yes, just wanted to, this is even more shocking. Jessica Martinez on the SS Abraham in the Middle East. Her father also had a parole in place application, but when ICE picked him up, they took him to the Santa Ana ICE Detention Center. Instead of checking his status, which would have enabled him to stay in the country, when they walked him in, they said, our computers are down. Sorry, we're sending you to the border immediately. That is what they did. They said the computers are out, we're deporting you immediately. This is a violation of the Trump administration current policy when it comes to the family members of soldiers.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing.
Ms. Treitel
has already spoken on this.
Yeah, God, Shovelface has more to say.
Is there further discussion?
Good.
Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes appear to have it. And
recorded vote, Mr.
Recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Klein. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Dreer. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Leah Florida. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry.
Miss Higgins is right outside the fucking door.
Mr. Grothman. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Liu, Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms.
You
Ross.
stupid Neguse.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms.
Bipartisan
Mr. Moskowitz.
participation
Mr. Goldman.
by every
Mr.
president.
Goldman votes aye.
You
Ms.
mean the
Crockett.
last 30 years of the
Ms. Lee of
Uniparty?
Pennsylvania.
Pretty
Ms. Lee of
much.
Pennsylvania votes aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove, you're not recorded.
Miss Come Lover Dove.
Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes yes.
I wish I would fucking say it. Come Lover Dove.
Mr. Fry, you're not recorded. Mr. Fry votes no.
I would fucking say it. And be like, oops, sorry, I mispronounced that shit. Or just that,
Mr. Baumgartner
hey,
votes
I'm
no.
from the South. And that's how I pronounce that. How was it
Mr. Klein,
spelled?
you're not recorded.
It's
Mr. Klein votes
Kamlager?
no.
Come Lover? Yeah, Come Lover.
Grossman?
That's what I said.
Mr. Grothman votes no.
I'd be that dick.
Clerk report. Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, you're not recorded. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Seeks recognition. Gentleman from, gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
All
I
in
would ask
favor
for
of declaring the Democrat Party domestic terrorists, say aye.
Point of order, Mr.
Aye.
Gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment.
Objection. The
amendment.
amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple. It would ensure ICE does not use any of its warehouses that it's purchased over the past year for family detention. It's honestly shameful that we even need to offer this amendment, but unfortunately, cruelty knows no bounds under this administration. It's also necessary because Republicans have given ICE over $50 billion just for immigration detention with no guardrails or oversight. This country
That was
has
your fault.
way too much practice warehousing human beings. It's so deep within our history that we have perfected a system where we can strip away someone's humanity and put them in a holding pen, where they are treated as lesser human being, less deserving of rights and dignity. We have the highest incarceration rate of any developed nation, and Republicans want to expand it further. In February, internal ICE documents revealed plans for what the agency called
Well, stop committing crime. I mean, that's not going down that road.
the ICE Detention Reengineering Initiative. This proposal would replace the current detention system with one centered on 34 ICE-owned facilities, including 8 large-scale detention centers that would each hold 7,000 to 10,000 people in refurbished warehouses. ICE has since acquired warehouses in my Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, as well as Georgia, Michigan, New Jersey, Texas, Arizona, Maryland, and Utah at a cost of $1 billion. These 3 of these facilities are intended to be large-scale facilities with 7,500 to 10,000 planned beds. A warehouse in Social Circle, Georgia, located 50 miles outside of Atlanta, a warehouse in Socorro, Texas, in the El Paso metro area, and a warehouse in Tremont, PA, in central Pennsylvania. The other 6, which have already been purchased, are smaller processing centers with plans to hold 1,000 to 1,500 people each. The goal of the revamped detention and deportation system would, as former acting ICE director Todd Lyons put it, be an Amazon Prime, but with human beings. A reminder that Amazon Prime is also a distribution warehouse, so what does that even mean? But
It means they get picked up and sent to there, and from there they get deported to other countries, you know, kind of like a detention center kind of situation. It's the same fucking shit. I mean, you're sitting here crying about how much your pussy's bleeding out, how somebody fucking describes it. This is beyond fucking pathetic, and I'm so goddamn tired of the retardation in the halls of goddamn Congress. It needs to stop.
Needless to say, this is disgusting. Luckily, the agency has partially reversed course and is now planning to offload 7 warehouses by either giving them to other federal agencies or selling them outright. But the casual cruelty of this scale of detention cannot be overstated. The government is essentially treating these people, mothers and fathers and grandpas and little kids, like livestock. These are human beings being held in inhumane conditions, and Republicans want to convince people that this is the source of pride rather than shame. History will treat these actions as shameful, just as enslaving people was shameful and putting Japanese Americans in internment camps during World War II was shameful and the Trail of Tears was shameful. Geographical borders should not be the lines that determine how we treat other human beings.
I mean, it is the lines that where others treat us, though, isn't it? But we need to be better, right? We need to let them in. We need to coddle them. They're not worth the same amount as regular everyday citizens are. So you need to lower your standards. You need to lower your living, your state of living. You need to lower the value of your life to accommodate these people that don't belong here, that should be here because, well, their countries are shit. Shut the fuck up.
If that's the only standard, then we may find that one day we too are not worthy of compassion. Isn't the golden rule in our Christian Bible, do unto others as you would have them do unto you? These actions, are they not inviting the same sorts of...
I mean, we are doing unto others as they would have us do unto them. I mean, if I were to go to other countries, some of them would even execute me. So, I mean, scooping them up, sending them out the country. We are doing unto others as we would have them do unto us. Especially if they would kill me just because I'm in their country. Yeah, I mean, we're not doing that. If you want to do that, I'm not opposed to it at this point. I really ain't. And I wish Trump would go harder on you motherfuckers than he actually does. I wish this whole administration would stop playing this bullshit. Oh, these judges do this. Now we got to stop pussyfooting around with the shit and get it done. I wish that. But yeah, we're here, ladies and gentlemen.
Treatments upon our descendants one day. And none of this touches on the fact that our country has, in many cases, played a significant role in the destabilization of the countries people are being displaced from in the first place. Republicans are taking away all context and saying we must herd these human beings into inhumane warehouses indefinitely. It's imperative that we ensure the remaining warehouses facilities are...
Whoa. So you just fucking admitted that Democrats, like Hillary Clinton, who fucked over Haiti, Obama, who fucked over all different other countries, Clinton, Bill Clinton did the same thing. All those motherfuckers are in the wrong then, right? Because they destabilized the countries that we're supposed to harbor their citizens in. So you just gave away the game.
Not used to detain families. The conditions in the regular facilities are already unconscionable. When I visited Moshannon Detention Center in Pennsylvania and spoke to the women detained there, they told me about bad food and toxic water and a lack of proper medical care. Delaney Hall, New Jersey's conditions were so bad that detainees conducted a hunger strike. Rather than do something to improve these conditions, whistleblowers and protesters have been transferred around the country to break up organizing power. These facilities designed for detention with the right infrastructure, and it's still terrible. We've seen the disaster that was Alligator Alcatraz in Florida. Millions of taxpayer dollars funneled into a failed makeshift detention center. Detainees at the facility reported difficulty accessing lawyers and poor conditions like worms in the food or toilets that didn't flush and floors flooded with fecal waste and mosquitoes and other insects everywhere. Detention is bad enough, but a commercial warehouse is no place for a child.
I mean, it sounds like prison. So it's fine for prisoners, but it's not fine for people who shouldn't be here in the first goddamn place. No, they need 5-star hotels, ladies and gentlemen. Off your taxpayer dime, they need to be given the finest things in fucking life. But anybody that goes to prison, nah, fuck them. An American citizen goes to prison, fuck them. But an illegal, it gets caught. Nope, they deserve the finer things in life. No, I'm fucking done with your dumb shit.
I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. Then we'll come to Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time, but I've got to respond. I don't know that there was one word that I agree with my colleague from Pennsylvania and what she just said. I, for one, have been to some of these facilities, and I actually have been overwhelmed with how the reality of those facilities operate differs from the narrative that we're hearing from the other side of the aisle. One in North Carolina that I was at recently, they have workout facilities, they have recreational courts, they have a video game portal where these detainees can go and play video games. They have movie rentals. They had unbelievably sufficient dining options. They even cater to individuals' faiths on an individual basis. They have worship facilities. They have free attorney portals. The idea this is somehow anything other than a professional and very humane option is simply dishonest. And for my colleague to say that the United States destabilizes countries in the world and therefore we should welcome millions and millions of people into our country illegally, that's the most specious claim I think I've heard in several weeks, if not months, in Congress, which is saying something. My question to the Democrats on the other side is there a number that we should cap enrollees? Is it 10 million, 20 million, 50 million? What about 100 million? If destabilized countries in the world is your threshold, we could triple our population in a week. We're not talking about people who come here legally, mind you. We're talking about people in the country illegally. And there is the reality that our immigration system that your party has supported has weakened the country. So with that, if anyone on this side would like to respond, I'll certainly yield the time, Mr. McClintock.
I would. One other detail about these detention centers that I think needs to be added. Those who are detained in them can leave them anytime they want for any country that will accept them. They're simply not allowed to return to our country.
Right.
And the reason for that ought to be self-evident. In fact, the whole purpose of these detention centers
Wasn't
is
there a
simply to
prisoner
arrange
here a
for
while back that was
transportation
literally
back to their
eaten
home
alive by
countries.
bed
Right,
bugs?
back to the gentleman.
Anybody else on this side?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. You know, I see the
Honestly,
outrage from my
I think
colleagues
you're-
about what's happening at DHS, and I just didn't see that in the Biden years. And the border was wide open. The whole reason we've got this bill before us today is because of the damage that the Democratic administration before this one did. And we wouldn't be talking about this had the border remained secure in the 4 years prior to President Trump coming back. But we're in this situation because of mismanagement and because of a DHS that harmed the
LaShawn
American people
Thompson,
for
the
4
most
years. We
prominent
can
case
never get
mentioned.
answers.
The description is that LaShawn Thompson, a 35-year-old man who died in September 2022 while being held in Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, Georgia. Thompson, who was being held on a misdemeanor battery charge and suffered from untreated schizophrenia, was found dead in his cell in jail's psychiatric wing. His family and attorneys, including Ben Crump, alleged Thompson was eaten alive by bed bugs and lice due to extreme neglect. Yeah, you can die from bed bugs, but they deserve the finer things in life. They deserve it, not you.
From the Homeland Secretary when he was here, Mr. Mayorkas. He sat right there and defied every question that was asked, said the border was secure, lied to this committee, and now here we are. And it's a shame that we've even come to this place, but I applaud your pushback, and I thank you, Mr. Roy, for this bill.
And I'll just close, Mr. Chairman, again. I do want to know from the Democrats, is there a number that we should cap it of illegal aliens inside the country? Because there was, without any question, an unchecked harm has been inflicted on Americans because of...
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Knott, thank you for that question. And I would say that it takes two, okay? Not only undocumented, these are undocumented workers, taxpayers, hardworking individuals who are hired by...
How are they paying taxes if they're undocumented? You want to talk about sales tax? Well, that's just being here in the country and in our economic system. But if they're here, how are they paying taxes? How are they being an economic fucking boost to this country if they're here undocumented? How is that happening? Oh, you're allowing it to happen. You're pushing for it to happen, aren't you? Yeah. You want your slave labor class to keep your prices down. And we're supposed to just sit back and allow it to fucking happen because you won't go and pick the vegetables. You won't go clean the fucking toilets. You won't do anything to actually help your own life and pay your own bills. They'll do it. You won't. So they deserve it. I'm tired of the fucking stupidity that comes out of these motherfuckers on a daily goddamn basis. Enough is enough. Somebody call this shit out. Look Korea in the face and say, okay, you want these Chinese national anchor babies who went through a literal fucking... They had an industry behind children, Chinese nationals, being born into this country just because of birthright citizenship. So you want them to be able to join the military because they are technically fucking citizens, and then their national fucking Chinese CCP fucking parents come here to fuck up the country from within. Good job. You are a threat to national security and you should be removed from office. And that would be my answer to you.
Honest, law-abiding businesses.
That's a
So
broad-
the
that's a
answer
broad-
to
that's a
your
broad
question,
stroke,
sir,
sir.
is how many employees do
Kept what prices down because of the influx. We were unable to buy homes. They actually raised the prices in the grocery store because supply and demand. Keep what prices? Look, you don't even have to pay these people minimum wage. They're not here legally. They have no fucking pay system. Because if they did, they'd be easily tracked down. So to keep prices low, it's just like all those other places, you know, you come out of Home Depot and you just like, I need two, or just say whatever in Spanish. And motherfuckers jump in your truck and do the job. Keeps prices low because you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars, maybe even thousands of dollars to get a job done. That's you pay a Mexican 40, 50 for. If they work in the fields so they don't have to pay out a lot of labor in these fields, so that way the lettuce that you pick isn't fucking $5 because they demand that minimum wage is now $15 an hour or even more, which means you make $15 an hour literal poverty level at that point. But if they don't have to pay them the minimum wage, it's still slave labor class to keep their labor costs low. That's how that works. You remember that, don't you? Who's going to pick your vegetables? Who's going to scrub your toilets? Who's going to do the bullshit work that nobody else wants to do because Americans are fat and lazy and they won't do a fucking thing? Who else is going to do it? Who else can you pay less than minimum wage to and still get the same amount of job done? And you don't even have to do that. Just think of construction. Think of construction work. It's the best way to get this shit through. In construction work, it's mostly illegals that do this shit now. Okay? So you don't have to pay an electrician, an American who's an electrician, $30, $40 an hour to do their job. You can pay an illegal who's not supposed to be here $15, $20. Think of how much you've saved in the processes of a major building. One of these apartment complexes running around here, a big ass fucking industrial park, or maybe a skyscraper for offices. You know how much money you've saved just because you've cut your labor in half? That's how that goes. That's how that works out. Jonah, member for 15 months. Last month. Screw not my tube. Rumble subscriber next. Appreciate the fuck out of you, dude. What's up, Jonah?
our growing economy need to sustain that economic growth? That's the answer to your question, sir. It's not a singular statement or a singular subject. It's the economic growth of the United States. That's the answer to your question, sir.
That is not the answer to my question.
Yes, it is, sir.
For you to say,
Sir, yes,
I'm
it is.
reclaiming my time. For you to say that we should hire anybody, or we should allow anyone that can be hired.
We need
into the
immigration
country.
reform, and that would be the answer to your
That
question,
doesn't answer the
sir.
question. We have millions and millions of people who are here illegally that take rather than produce. And your
Work.
side cannot condemn them.
Workers that are here supporting our national economy.
Will you say that if someone is taking more than they're producing, they should leave? I'm just
Frame
saying,
the
that's a very
argument,
simple
sir.
yes/no question.
Yes.
Immigrants
To say that
support this
every illegal
economy,
immigrant
sir.
is a net producer for the
Immigrants
country,
support this economy
that is
and a positive
absolutely
net
and
benefit to our
provably
society.
false, and I think that you know that. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from New York, and then I'll go to Washington.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what universe some of the gentlemen on the other side inhabit, but a couple of months ago, Mr. Goldman and I inspected Delaney Hall, which is a large facility, large privately operated ICE facility in Newark, New Jersey. What we saw there was terrible. We saw maggoty food, We saw that the food was not prepared at proper temperatures to kill bacteria. I saw a girl who had been in this country from 1 year old, who was taken from high school a week before her prom and had no idea what was going to happen to her. I saw 2 people with advanced cancers who were not being treated at all, literally not being treated. We were told that
all of that has to be done off my fucking dime before they leave the fucking country. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Prisoners get treated goddamn worse, and they're American fucking citizens. Until prisoners get treated better than illegal immigrants, shut the fuck up. You got no argument for that, Nadler. Not a damn bit of it. There is no argument you can back that shit up with. It is pathetic that you would even attempt to try to make this goddamn argument. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of you running your fucking dick sucker on these things every time, saying the dumbest fucking shit and voting just because you were told to vote. I'm sick of it. Get the fuck out of office. Stay the fuck away from anything political for the rest of your goddamn natural life, which probably ain't much. Maybe, just maybe, you can avoid the ire of the American people. Kind of doubt that. We all know who you are and what you've done. But if you just shut the fuck up, maybe somebody won't look your direction.
Doctors were available Monday through Friday at 9 to 5 p.m. We were there from 3 to 5 p.m. on, I think it was a Wednesday. There were no doctors available in the facility at all. A facility that had several thousand people in it. So I don't know how you can say that these are humane facilities. I don't want to say they're designed to, but they certainly have the effect of killing people for lack of cancer treatment, for example.
Cancer treatment is very, very, very expensive, but because they got cancer, we need to make sure they stay alive from that cancer until they leave this country, where they will immediately die in another country because they don't have treatment for the cancer. So we need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep these motherfuckers alive for just a couple fucking months. And they're just going to die anyway when they go over there. We need to spend our money, America, fork it over. Fork it over. You can't actually get cancer treatment. It's too expensive. Your insurance companies won't pay for it, but they must get it. They must get it. Until they leave the borders of this country, they are due that absolute fucking privilege. And you must pay for it. But God forbid you have a problem yourself. Yeah, you ain't going to be, your insurance company won't pay for it. King of Bildsong. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Rich. Hello, Anton. I got the message, man. Wife and I are actually excited to try out the little sample pack, man. I appreciate that. It's going to be nice. You may actually have a customer then. Well, how's it going, brother?
And they're a shame on this nation. I can't speak for every single facility.
See, King of Biltong is an actual immigrant we want. This man came to this country. He made something of himself. He actually gave back. He actually wants to be part of our culture. This is the kind of man we want in this country. Not this shit. You want these anchor baby Chinese nationals to come over here, join the military, and then all of a sudden their whole goddamn family gets to flood the country? The CCP fucking plants get to come into this country just because their anchor baby gets to join the military? You're a threat to national fucking security.
But I certainly can speak for Delaney Hall, which is one of the largest facilities, and the one that Mr. Goldman and I inspected. And that facility is terrible.
Illegals get due process and benefits that an American citizens get. If they get better.
Inmates at one point
They
went on a hunger
deserve
strike.
that. You have to pay for it.
protest
If they deserve it for
the
free.
maggoty food, which they couldn't eat in any event. So I just wanted to inform the committee of what we actually saw.
I don't know. Davies
Not
the
what
one
somebody
taking
else
care of
may
all that shit. No.
Say what the administration may assert, but what Mr. Goldman and I observed with our own eyes and ears.
The gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
Well, just to give you some peace of mind, everything I said was firsthand account as well. I went and visited. And I am working with the department to go to Delaney Hall, and I'm going to try to do so with very little notice to see if what you're saying is accurate today. It shouldn't be accurate. But even besides that, I do have to ask, should the American taxpayers be forced with a bill
we do
to cover
got
the
one.
world's sick?
Code label.
I mean, this is a fundamental question that I think a lot of Americans...
Reclaiming my time. The American
absolutely.
taxpayer should not be forced to cover the world's sick, but the American taxpayer should certainly cover the medical expense of people seized by the government and kept in confinement, just as we...
Who were here illegally.
You know what? Fuck it. We may actually do something for Bill Tong there. We got a code. We might as well. Fuck, right? Okay. I'm going to make Davey sit down with me this week and we're going to do something for it.
Whether they're here illegally or not, if they're put in a facility and kept there, they should not be killed by lack of medical attention. When we have people in our prisons,
Combination of rumbling in the storm.
guilty of whatever crime they may be, we hopefully give them adequate medical treatment. Same thing here. If someone is held in a facility, for whatever reason, valid or invalid, they should be given adequate medical treatment. And I don't think anybody can quarrel with that. And I would hope that if you tour Delaney Hall, you don't give reasonable notice. You give no notice at all. You have a right as a matter of Congress to do that.
I agree.
And if you give notice, they may...
Dress up.
They may clean up what you're permitted to see.
Sure.
So go there with no notice, as Mr. Goldman and I did.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
May I be heard?
Back, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank the chairman. So I was in Delaney Hall. I looked at it. I heard all the stuff. People are eating maggots. People are being beaten. They don't have medical care. The whole bit. We didn't give them a whole lot of notice at all. We showed up there. We went through everything, not just on the regular guided tour that they give, but went through each and every part of it. Let me tell you, this comes from a congressman now who was the head of the prison gang task force for the state of New Jersey. So let me give you some information. Delaney Hall was nicer, cleaner, better than any facility that the state has, the state of New Jersey, any of the prisons they have, period. And quite frankly, that's under repeated Democratic governors over and over again. In fact, recently New Jersey just got in trouble for their state facilities. So let's talk about what I saw. We went there, I saw the law library. I saw the computers and the iPads they can have. Okay, then we saw the lending library. If they're not interested in law, they can get regular books. I'm a dentist. I met with the physician. The physician showed me the prescriptions, showed me the charts, showed me the people who for the first time in their life ever had medical care. Came into Delaney Hall, never really had medical care before. He's found diabetes, found high blood pressure, find just about every condition that you can think of, high cholesterol, and now they're getting medications that they never had before. And now, especially if they request it or they think it's needed, the food that they get is for salt-restricted diets or for people that have any kind of medical need.
You're willing to join us anytime you want to.
Let's tell the truth. This was a show that, I'm sorry to say this, that the other side put on to make things look terrible that just weren't true.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not, because I want to finish this. If I get time in the end, I will yield. And
I will say this, as much as he's saying things that you like, never fucking forget. Never forget this dude was a Democrat, then ran in 2022 as it was 2022 as a Republican. He used, what's his name? Craig Calloway. That dude had like a 92% win rate. When you used him as your election fucking manager, he had a 92% win rate. What he would do is he would pay people to pick up ballots that had nothing but a signature. Those people would bring those empty ballots back to him. His crew would fill them out, and he would pay other people to stuff ballot boxes. Atlantic City Councilman Craig Calloway. Think I'm bullshitting, look it up.
Then we went through the rest of the facility. And I did speak with, I didn't have a long conversation. Some of them didn't speak English. And truth be told, they didn't have an interpreter to me, but I spoke to people doing okay. And bueno, everything's fine. And by the way, I said this before, I'll say it again. I don't know how well they work or don't work, but if we want to test who's telling the truth out here, I'll go on a lie detector test anywhere, anytime, with anybody who wants to do this and say, that I'm telling the truth on this. Because I didn't know what to expect. I was hoping it would be up to state standards of the state prisons I visited and walked through when I was a state senator, and found that the standards were much better. But get this, I'm not done yet. So then they don't have recreation. They can't move around enough. And by the way, in the state facilities, they can't. In the state facilities, because our governor in New Jersey was criticizing it, they have to stand and eat over their bed. They no longer have a table to eat at. But here, they had a place to eat, they had the things that they need, and then they said, well, they don't have recreation. Well, hell, I know a lot of people that don't have recreation, but okay, we're a humane society, and it's America. So I asked, because they weren't going to take us to that part. I go out, and I'm looking at soccer fields. They have soccer tournaments, they play soccer. Most people don't have this. I work out every morning. I know what gym equipment's supposed to look like. Man, this gym equipment was top notch, more than most people have or use, and it was typical of what a good gym would have. All kinds of machines for every body part.
They get the finer things in
Come on,
life.
man, it's tell the truth time.
While
Stop
you
it.
have to fucking
And
suffer.
anytime somebody says this, I'm going to say it because, and that's why I got sick of it. That's why I went there. That's why I looked through. That's what I found. I know what my eyes see, and we look at. And by the way, the meals, bad food. Look at the food. They have halal for Islamic people. They had kosher for Jewish people. If anybody else had some other restrictions, they would work with you. That's the real deal. So I will yield, but I may reclaim my time.
Damn, your dietary was even taken into account?
I just wanted to add that an illegal alien who agrees to voluntarily return to their own country, that is, who agrees to obey the law, spends an average of 4 days in detention.
And that's a good point, by the way, and I will yield in a second. I reclaim my time. If they want to go back to their country, they absolutely can go back. And by the way, the famous hunger strike, those folks were getting money and they were going into the commissary because they also have a commissary besides the regular food you get, and they were getting food there, saying they were on a hunger strike. Nobody was on a hunger strike. Who wanted me to yield?
Your time's up.
Okay, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back to the gentlelady from Washington, then I'll go to New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question I would have for my colleague on the other side
Why does she
is,
get to talk again?
why are you asking taxpayers to pay for the profits of for-profit prison operators? The two largest...
Why are you asking the taxpayers to pay for the living conditions of people who shouldn't be here in the first damn place? Why are you asking taxpayers to pay their medical bills? Why are you asking taxpayers to give them everything for fucking free like it's a goddamn 5-star hotel? These gourmet meals, they need the finer things. They need the silk robes. They need it all, ladies and gentlemen. Off your dime. While you struggle to pay your own fucking bills. That these people deserve everything that you strive to get. Why are you saying the American taxpayer must foot the bill for that when you won't do it for fucking prisoners? American citizens in our prisons. You're complaining about that shit. You talk about that shit all the fucking time, but you won't lift a finger for that, right? Not that they should get it in the first damn place. I mean, these are the drudges of society for the most part. But I mean, unless they're getting 5-star hotel reservations while they're in prison off the American taxpayer, illegals should not get the 5-star hotel experience off my fucking dime. These motherfuckers should not be able to run up a fucking medical debt that I must pay when I struggle to pay my own. Are you fucking dumb? Of course you are.
Detention operators in this space that occupy the vast majority of detention contracts are GEO and Core Civic. GEO, in 2025 alone, had a record-breaking $254 million in net profit. That was 700%.
I've done this. I know I'm pausing a lot. I've done this way too much, Jennifer. I've done this way too much not to have some kind of... I figure these things is what actually fucking broke me and made me the asshole that I am on stream. These things is what did it. Listening to these motherfuckers time and time and time and time and time again. Yes, this made me the extremist I am.
More than compared to 2024, and they had a revenue stream of $2.6 billion. That they're projecting, the executives at GEO have these stock portfolios that are projecting.
Oh my God, he just called himself an extremist. He admits it.
$3.1 billion this year alone. So then you look at Core Civic, which is the other one, revenue of $2.2 billion, up 13% from the year before. They just got $1.47 billion in a multi-year deal to either sell or operate specific facilities. They've built 9 new detention centers in this year alone. So what you're saying is you want taxpayers to foot the bill for profits to these mega corporations that are using the imprisonment and incarceration of immigrants of every single immigration status. U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, people who are here with work authorization, people who have committed 0 crimes. You want these taxpayers to pay for the profits of these guys that go out and continue to just reap the benefits of this industry. No, I will not. Has gone absolutely wild.
But you want these people to pay. You want us to pay for these people who are locked up to get all of this. But you're saying all the money for holding these people shouldn't be going to these detention centers, but our money should be going to feeding these people 5-star gourmet fucking meals, giving them silk robes, nice comfortable fucking beds, everything. They got PlayStations, they got Xboxes, they got the internet. They got everything given to them by the American taxpayer, and that's fine. But the companies that house them shouldn't get a goddamn dime. You're a threat to national security.
Absolutely wild because of all the money you've plowed into this system. And you have to ask yourself, well, who are these people that are in detention? Why are they there? Why are we having to hold people in prisons who are legal permanent residents, U.S. citizens, people who have been here for 30 years, never committed a crime? Let's look at ICE's own statistics.
People who have been here for 30 years, profited off the American system, have taken things from the American people, should be they should be the first to goddamn be deported. You spent your entire life profiting off of us. You should be the first person fucking gone. Over the criminals. Don't give a fuck.
72% have zero criminal records. Zero. Most of the people that are being held in immigration detention are being held for civil immigration violations. And I'm going to make the point that I make 100 times in this committee.
Civil immigration violations. Yes. Calling for the death of people, calling for people to be attacked. Those are civil immigration violations. And they should be allowed to fucking stay, right? Huh. Somebody sitting here trying to subvert our process, lying, and people like Hassan Piker, they should be allowed to fucking stay here, right? I'm so fucking tired of the retardation, bitch. I really fucking am. Just because you are an anchor baby doesn't mean that every other motherfucker like you needs to be here because you're an anchor baby. Go fuck yourself. Anchor babies be damned. Get them all out.
I'm going to make it again. Immigration violations are civil offenses.
Wrong.
It is a civil matter. That's why before 9/11, it was all handled out of the DOJ. These are not for criminal violations. And you're holding people, forcing taxpayers to pay for this while you cut their health care, while you launch illegal wars in Iran, while you refuse to do anything about housing or groceries or gas prices.
It only took 25 years for New York to forget 9/11.
Over and over again
and
about
turn the
so-called
opposite
criminal
direction.
immigrants who are bombarding our country and taking over everything. And the reality is that this country would collapse without the contributions of immigrants. We should be providing the legal pathways. But what has this Republican Congress done and this administration done? They've taken away every legal pathway. They've slowed down all the processing of applications for legal visas, means of legal processing. People show up for their hearings and they're suddenly put into deportation proceedings when they're doing what we asked them to do. So the people that you are holding in these you had your time, Mr. Van Drew, this is my time, I'm gonna claim it. You had your time.
Just shut her the fuck down. Just shut her up right now. I don't give a fuck what her time is. She cries too goddamn much. She interrupts everybody. She doesn't play by the fucking rules. Don't expect the rules to be in your fucking favor. Just shut the fuck up, shovel face.
And I was asking Mr. Knott this, and I might just see if he has a response to this, but I have a lot to say on this issue. I'm the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee. Do we have a single hearing on reforming the immigration system? No. You know why? Because Republicans have since 2013, when I was not in Congress.
Why don't we have hearings
about
what I want to talk about instead of what you want to talk about?
Bipartisan votes. And you know what happened? John Boehner was the Speaker of the House, and John Boehner was pressured by his right-wing members to not bring that bill to the floor, because what would happen if we passed immigration reform, like a truly humane, bipartisan, comprehensive reform? We would no longer be able.
We would have been in worse position with what you were trying to bring forward, which is everything, including amnesty to everything that you've fucking done. That's what would have happened. We would have already been the third world country we're trying to deport. That's what would have happened. And you, being an anchor baby in the fucking halls of Congress trying to change that, is incredibly disrespectful and a threat to my national security and way of life.
to blame immigrants for everything that you want to distract us from. And so it angers me that people keep putting out the same lies instead of genuinely recognizing that we need
So
legal
why do you
pathways,
keep
we need
lying?
reform to an antiquated system, and that
If
is
it
what we
angers
should
you
be
that
doing
people
in this
lie,
committee.
why do
I
you
yield.
lie?
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Stop lying, and
Thank
you won't be
Chairman.
angry
I
about
oppose this
people lying.
amendment. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim it will result in indefinite detention of families, which is patently false. I mean, you can look right now, you can see, if you look at the data, which I don't have a chart big enough for people to see, but if you look at the data of the impact of what we see under this current president, you see a massive.
No, Anton, I call her. We'll go back here for a second. I call her shovel face for a fucking reason. Oh, I went way too far. Let's see if I can catch that view. There it is. Look. Her face, if you look at it. Let me see if I, oh my God. Oh my God, let me get a better one. Let me get a better one. That's good enough. Look, check this out. What's with the weird right eye? Oh, you already saw that. Dude, check this out. Her face, it's not like a normal face. It's like slightly skewed. Like one side looks pushed forward more than the other. You got one side, one eye sunk in, the other eye popped the fuck out. It looks like when she was a child, somebody struck her with a shovel in the face, and it just, you can draw a straight line from the middle of her forehead to the tip of her chin, and the only thing that intersects that fucking line is her fucking nose. It's like her face has been sunk the fuck in and turned sideways. Most Democrats, I'm not going to say every single one, most Democrats are deformed as fuck. They really are. It's bad. It's bad. Let me go past her. I don't know where her argument
Should
started.
be doing in this committee. I yield back.
Good. Shut the fuck
Gentleman
up.
yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I oppose this amendment. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim it will result in indefinite detention of families, which is patently false. I mean, you can look right now, you can see, if you look at the data, which I don't have a chart big enough for people to see, but if you look at the data of the impact of what we see under this current president, you see a massive drop-off here, a massive
The
drop-off.
facts aren't in her favor, so the rules clearly won't be either. Who the fuck cares about rules when they just make it up as they go?
That have been put in place and the policies of this administration that we're trying to codify here.
I mean, they've been
and
doing that
the
for,
reality is,
what,
I
a
mean, I can sit
decade
here
now?
and offer into the record articles, phase out of, here we got private, Biden use of private migrant centers grows amid border crisis. Another one about Obama, expansive use of private centers. The fact is, this has been a part of our policy on this for a long period of time. The reality is that these centers include housing, playgrounds, schools, and meals for families. The guidelines state that they will offer access to reading materials and other programmatic activities such as adult educational classes, organized recreational programs, and groups focused on healthy living. And at the end of the day, the stay in these centers is not supposed to be indefinite. In fact, multiple administrations have created a fast, dedicated docket for family-based claims, and what we're trying to do is ensure that we're able to do that. As we saw under the Biden-Harris administration, the status quo simply didn't work, and for 4 years, these policies incentivized hundreds of thousands of aliens who are part of family units to travel to the southwest border. It allowed cartels to exploit them.
Through it all.
It allowed the furtherance of the profiting of the cartel members. Cartel members are using children to pose as family units. We know this to be true. We know it was documented, and it was all a direct consequence of the open border policies that resulted in the trafficking of children using these policies to do so. We know that this administration lost tens of thousands of children, could not keep up with them, could not know where they are because of the flawed policies of what they were doing. And this legislation is designed to end those perverse incentives, to stop the empowerment of cartels, to protect children, to protect family units, and to be able to get those processed without the perversion of our laws. The fact that there are private centers does not mean we shouldn't have oversight. Of course we should. The executive branch,
equals
Congress, should
deformed
oversight of the
transmission
quality of
mechanic
facilities,
party.
and where they fall short, those should be addressed. But we have private prisons in numerous categories throughout our country, in state incarceration, in federal incarceration, and here with respect to dealing with those that are detained who are here illegally. And look, I mean, I was out in Aurora, Colorado after that center was targeted for protests back in 2019, and I happened to be in Colorado visiting family. So I went out to Aurora and literally spot check walked in. Wasn't announced, I just showed up to go say, what's going on? And they walked me through the facility. It wasn't pre-gamed out. It wasn't set up to be some sort of cleansed sort of situation. And I walked around the facility, and I saw a clean facility. I saw ping pong tables, video game centers, phone rooms to be able to call home. I saw dental process. I saw a big storage warehouse of all of their private effects when they'd come into the center. I saw people there that were engaged in athletic activity and physical activity. I saw people that had iPads being given to them, and any number of things that people would, frankly, most taxpayers would say, wait, what? We're doing what? And we're giving how much and spending how much? And that's where most taxpayers that I represent would say, well, we're $40 trillion in debt, and I've got people that are trying to figure out how to rebuild after a flood and try to deal with what's happening. And wait, we're giving iPads to people who are here illegally and in a detention center in Aurora, and then we're trying to say that somehow that's something we need to, address and undo? Again,
Yes.
I take the gentleman at his word about what he observed in some abhorrent conditions. We should address those and fix those. Those could occur in government-run facilities. Those could occur in private facilities that the government's supposed to have oversight over. But to suggest that we shouldn't allow for the executive branch, be it under Biden or Trump, to be able to use whatever they can in facilities to be able to deal with and manage this so that we can have people properly and appropriately detained and then be able to be removed as appropriate or go through whatever procedures are appropriate to seek asylum or whatever they're doing under our laws, I think is foolhardy, and I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from, I think it was New York and then Georgia.
Lots to respond to here. Mr. Roy, I'm glad you agree we should do oversight. How come we haven't done a single bit of oversight of ICE? Not one hearing. We have not done a single oversight hearing of ICE and the $240 billion that they have received, the excessive force, the murdering of people who have done nothing wrong, even if they did do something wrong, they shouldn't be murdered. No oversight hearings. So I appreciate you saying that. We should do it. We'll do it.
Then why the fuck you say
Let's
it?
do it right here. My friend from North Carolina, who said that all of these detainees in the facilities, private or public, whichever you want, are here illegally. Wrong. Asylum is a legal pathway.
Wrong. When it is done in a fraudulent way, it is no longer a legal pathway. Shut the fuck up, faggot.
They are here legally. I understand. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle do not like the asylum process. And frankly, I agree it takes far, far too long to get through the asylum process. We should absolutely reform it. The James Langford, Chris Murphy bill would have done that.
No, it wouldn't have.
And we need to do it. But
It would have
stop
given
saying they're here
amnesty to
illegally.
every fucking
Asylum
illegal.
is a legal pathway. That is what the law is. And so all of those people, not all of them, most of those people at Delaney Hall that I spoke to, I'm sorry Mr. Van Drew didn't have an interpreter. I was able to stay for 2.5 hours and speak to a number of them. Many spoke English. The ones that didn't were translated by other people. They have no criminal record. They have work authorizations. I was talking to a mother who had an 18-year-old, single mother, 18-year-old, 12-year-old, and 8-year-old. And she has been there in months with no hearing in sight. Lawfully here, work authorization, working. Her 8-year-old is being taken care of by her 18-year-old because she's in jail. You want to compare this, Mr. Van Drew, to state criminal detention facilities. These are not criminals. They are not criminals. They are here illegally. I will if I have time, 70% of those who are arrested have no criminal record whatsoever, and the data is about 5% have serious criminal convictions, and they should be deported. But these people are not criminals. They do not belong in jail indefinitely. And what's worse is you don't have to take my word for it. You can take the word of...
You stupid fucking faggot. They're not in jail indefinitely. They're in jail until we deport them. That's what the fuck it's for. I'm not going to sit here and play nice with you. I don't give a fuck. They're not in jail indefinitely. We don't put them in jail and keep them there for the rest of their fucking natural born lives. You retarded fucking shit monkey. I am so fucking tired of you constantly lying. Trying to affect policy and make the laws to tell me how to live my life when you are literally saying that everybody else that doesn't belong here deserves the shit that I strive to fucking have. I've had enough of it. You want to live a treasonous lifestyle, go to another fucking country, bitch-made motherfucker. Because you damn sure won't do it here. I'm demanding treason fucking charges now. If I don't see it, everybody's gonna get it. I don't give a fuck. Trump, anybody in fucking office. You'll go after everybody else, but you won't go after the treasonous among us who allow this shit, who propagate this shit, who push it. You go after everybody else but them, huh? You'll go after me because I'm a small streamer saying something I shouldn't be saying, but you won't go after Hassan fucking Piker, who's got tens of thousands of motherfuckers listening to him every goddamn day, straight up fucking lie about everything just to push people to go out there and kill motherfuckers. What message are you sending?
88% of federal judges in this country. 88%, every single president. I know we all like to name who appointed it because obviously if it's appointed by the other party, it's not legitimate. Well, plenty of Trump-appointed judges. Since July of 2025, the federal courts have decided 16,400 habeas cases. Of those, 14,350 went against the administration, and the detainees were ordered to be released. 88%. Let me tell you something. Let me ask you something. If your agency had 88% of their cases lose, do you think you might change your policy? Do you think you might say, okay, this is probably not legal. Maybe we should do something different. But no. You know what Stephen Miller wants to do? He wants to suspend habeas corpus because he doesn't like the fact that he can't just do whatever he wants and there's actually a law that he has to follow. So yes, the criminals should be deported, but that's not who are being kept in these detention facilities indefinitely for months and months and months and months. Many of with work.
Indefinitely means there's no hope of release. They're there for a couple of months and then they're deported. That's not indefinite. I'm so fucking sick and tired of you trying to rearrange words like they fucking mean something. Shut the fuck up.
Authorizations, paying taxes, having businesses. What are they doing in a criminal jail? They're not criminals. So yeah, that's all well and good that you want to compare it to a state criminal jail, but these are not criminals.
The first time.
And they should not be in jail as 88%
Double down and remove the dissenting judges. I want authoritarian rule now. The Republicans are the same ones for once.
Well, the gentleman from New Jersey has some unanimous consent.
It's amazing, is it not? It's amazing. It's sedition, not treason. We are not at war. Nope. Museum. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. We are always at war. We have always been at war since World War II. Just because the fact that Congress doesn't vote for war does not mean it's not a war. Military police action taken in another country, a military against another military, is still war. But 18 U.S. Code 2381. Owing allegiance to the United States means you took an oath to this country. Levies war against them meaning the people of the United States, the citizens of this country. Warfare comes in many, many different types. Shutting down the government because you want to give illegals health care and you don't get your way, making them pay for 45 fucking days. They don't get the services that they're due because they're, citizens of this country. They're on the benefits. They don't get that. That's economic warfare, is it not? You make the people suffer so you can get what you want. Making the bills to tell us how to live our lives. That's economic warfare. Barack Obama literally pushing the Russiagate hoax. The shit that they fabricated as a way to make Trump look bad. Informational and psychological warfare among the people. So you vote who Obama wanted instead of who you wanted. Legal warfare. Are you going to listen to everything the court hands down, Trump? Every single thing, everything they say, are you going to listen to it? Yeah, sure. You get elected. Injunction. Legal warfare on the people themselves. That they have committed every bit of war. And if we can argue the cyber warfare, I actually do think all these attacks we are seeing is our own fucking country getting ready to just dismantle our own fucking infrastructure. It could be possibly China, yes. Not ruling that out. But it also could be us. Trying to stop people like me from explaining something like this to you. You don't have to be at war designated by Congress, because check this out. The last time treason was a thing, we weren't at war then. That was in 1968. We weren't at war. Congress did not vote for war. We had military police action going on across the world, but we were not at war. So how were treason charges brought up in 1968, the last time we used it? Interesting, isn't it? That's Rob.
Then I'll come to you.
How do you see Delaney Hall snack purchases cast doubt on real hunger strikes despite a 14% drop in daily population?
Dude, we can't even hear what you're saying.
Without objection. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I patiently listened for 5 minutes to the
Move to
word
strike the
illegal
last
is
word,
not a criminal.
recognized?
But I want to go a little further back because it needs to be said. This committee has tried to, in previous times, prior to President Trump, to deal with people who drink and drive and hurt or kill people that are illegally in the country. And the other side has repeatedly turned down with amendments such as, well, what if someone did it 10 times a DUI? What if they did it 20 times? And in every case, the then majority Democrats would vote no. So it pales in comparison to the definition that they painted, because of course their definition of criminals, that statistic that was cited, only 5%, of course ignores the DUIs, ignores the wife beaters, ignores anything except having been convicted of a felony.
Right.
Now, if 5% of the people you're trying to throw out are criminal felons, and you're having trouble sometimes even getting rid of them, then I don't care if it's 80% of the cases or not. Of course you continue to do it. And within those who were denied the being held and released, there were lots and lots of people who hadn't held jobs, were involved in or suspected strongly of being involved in gang and criminal activities, and the list goes on. And yet the other side says, well, we're okay if it's a crime. No, you're okay if the guy's been charged and convicted, unless, of course, he's going out the back door of one of your sanctuary cities. If he's going out the back door of one of your sanctuary cities, you're okay with releasing him again and again. So how dare the other party make the statement that somehow, well, we're okay with locking up criminals. We're okay with deporting criminals. Your definition of criminals and your treatment of criminals in sanctuary cities, most of the blue states and cities, has shown us that that's just not true. So
Right.
yes, we are dealing with a good piece of legislation here. We are fighting amendment after amendment, and I'm okay with just voting no on the amendments as appropriate. What I'm not okay with is sitting silent while somebody redefines crime and forgets their own history. The history of this committee is when Democrats are in charge, nobody gets deported, everybody gets let in. I'm going to close. I'll yield with you in just a moment. My grandfather came through Ellis Island, as so many did. That was an orderly way to come in. But even then, if they found or suspected criminal activity, you didn't get off the island. If you had tuberculosis, you didn't get off the island. If. The fact is, there was a time under presidents of both parties when people said, it's a privilege to come to America. And even when you're invited, you still can be fact-checked. Unfortunately, today, we're not talking in those terms. This is not the only bill I'd like to see passed, but I'm delighted that it's finally being brought up, and I look forward to voting for it. And I yield to my colleague from California.
I think I just want to make a couple quick points. The Langford bill would have prevented President Trump from taking the actions that he took to secure our borders until illegal crossings reached 4,000 a day. That's why we opposed this bill and why Langford ultimately disowned it. But
Right.
remember, the Democrats said there was nothing could be done. The president proved them liars when he enforced the law, and illegal crossings immediately
They are
dropped
in
more
there
than
for months
95%.
because they are
Now, we're
fighting
also told these are
extradition,
not
not
criminals.
because we
Well,
want to keep
that's
them.
both true and untrue. What's untrue is that they've not
Yes.
violated the law. They have indeed. If they've crossed the border illegally, they've committed a misdemeanor under federal law, punishable by up to 6 months in prison and a $1,000 fine.
Any
If they
protester
re-enter,
arrested should have
it's
the
a
food
felony.
stamps revoked.
But what is
I agree.
true is that they are normally not charged for this crime. So their illegal presence is a civil matter. It's remediated by the civil enforcement of deportation. Deportation is not a punishment. It is a simple recognition that they
Dude,
got no right to be here.
I'm
It's
starting to
analogous
think it's
being
the same
escorted off
person,
the
Jonah.
premises of a property that you
I'm
have no
starting
right
to think
be
it's
in,
another DID
even if you're
retard.
not charged with the actual crime of trespass. Thank the gentleman for yielding.
And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I would just note that, as usual, the Judiciary Committee is all over the mat without actually talking about the amendment that is before us. The Trump administration has gone all over the country and paid, in many cases, inflated prices 2 or 3 times the assessed value for a bunch of warehouses. Now they're having to sell some of them.
Wait, aren't you doing the same thing to build up these fucking data centers? I mean, you're paying 2 to 3 times, sometimes even 10 times the amount that's actually there for the land or for the data centers. But we can't do it for emergency situations to deport these illegals. Oh, shut the fuck up. I would pay for it to put your ass in one of these detention camps. Hillary Clinton wanted to do it for Republicans. Why can't we do it for Democrats? Put them in these fucking re-education camps. Put them in there. You keep them there. Don't let them the fuck out. Ever. My taxpayer dollars would be well spent with that shit.
And what they've found all over the country is that in red states and blue states is the neighbors don't want these warehouses to be converted to detention facilities. The amendment would preclude converting these warehouses to detention facilities for families. That's what the amendment is. And I would challenge any of us to go home and explain to our constituents why we think that's not a good idea when the people of the country are saying, don't do this, suing, in some cases, a red state sheriff cutting off the road access. People don't want this. And that's what the amendment would do. I'm favor it. And with that, I would yield the balance of my time.
I'll take it if...
No. You don't want them cutting off road access, but it's fine when a retarded fucking civilian attacks ICE officers in a caravan to cause them to block road access. It's fine if they assault the ICE officers blocking when they block road access. It's fine if they destroy property while they're blocking road access. But god damn it, if you do it, it's a fucking problem. Shut the fuck up. Sit your goddamn motherfucking ass down and don't you ever try to sit there and get uppity again.
So I'll take
to Mr. Goldman.
All right. Thank you to Ms. Lofgren. Just to respond to a couple things that Mr. Issa said and that Mr. McClintock said. First of all, my grandmother also came through Ellis Island. There was no immigration law at that time. And certainly there was no NCIS where you could look at a database and figure out whether someone has a criminal record from their own country. And those with tuberculosis and other illnesses went into a huge hospital that they built at Ellis Island in order to rehabilitate people so that they could come in. 98% of the people who arrived at Ellis Island were allowed into this country. So I don't think you want to go back to the, quote, orderly process, unquote, that you said Ellis Island is, given everything that you've said here today. Sanctuary cities. If there's a criminal conviction, and I ask you, please cite me one case where there was a criminal conviction, the defendant served his time and was convicted of a removable offense under the INA, and he was not turned over by the city or the state to the Department of Homeland Security.
Give you one case where one damn person, where all 5 qualifiers meet. Once you give me that, I'll give it to you. She has some challenges. Are we talking about Latifah Simon, Rashida Tlaib, or Lofgren? I mean, that goes for pretty much every single one of them.
You have not and are unable to provide one, is my guess. Maybe you'll have 1 or 2.
You can't. You're unable to provide these 5 qualifying factors to have an argument.
Is that if you are removable after you're convicted...
Never mind the fact that you can have 1. Never mind the fact that you can have 2. Never mind the fact that you can have hundreds of thousands that even qualify for 3. You don't have 1 that qualifies for all 5, so shut the fuck up. Bitch, I'm done playing games.
after you complete your sentence,
Latifah.
you are turned
Oh, yeah,
over
she's
to
fucked.
the Department of Homeland Security. The problem you all have is the conviction part. You don't think there should be a conviction. You think it is enough that someone is arrested for a removable offense. But we have due process here, and you're innocent until proven guilty, and that's why these people are not turned over.
See, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. They want them here for years on end until they go through their fucking court case, till they're found fucking guilty, and then you can deport them. And then, even then, they're still gonna fight it. Oh, he had a fucking DUI. Well, in that DUI, he killed 3 people in one fucking wreck. Oh, that don't matter. Fuck it. But one DUI was his first offense. Why are you trying to get him out the country? He drove drunk, killed 3 fucking people. What's it matter? Why are you trying to kick him out of the country? It was the first time he ever did something. You can't kick him out the country till he's found guilty. Your taxpayer dollars must be wasted to be found guilty and then removed from the country when you're here illegally in the first fucking place. You need to be found that you were here illegally to be deported. Okay, cool. How about we look up their record? Oh, we can't find a record because they don't exist in the American immigration system? Oh, okay, well, there's your due fucking process. Get them the fuck out. Why are they here? It's like letting 20 million fucking people into the front door of your house and then saying, well, because you motherfuckers haven't done anything and broken anything in my house yet, I can't remove you from my property. Because you haven't done anything to damage property, because you haven't done anything to do anything untoward, I shouldn't be able to remove you from my fucking property. You know how retarded that is? I'm pretty sure you do. But this faggotry, this ain't it. Goddamn, this ain't it. Every single fucking time we're in these hearings, these Democrats bring up the dumbest fucking arguments ever. Every single fucking time, without fail.
Before they are convicted. And then finally, I just go back to one thing that you talk about. And Mr. McClintock, I believe you brought this up, that there is a crime that says that it is a crime to enter illegally. That is true. But you are also allowed to, and this supersedes it, to claim asylum. And then you are here legally. And I understand now the policy is that you can only claim asylum if you come through a port of entry. I think that's a worthwhile policy to discuss, but the asylum laws allow you to claim asylum even if you cross over the border illegally.
Look, I gotta hit this up. Jonah made a little video about a guy he came in contact with. All Jonah said is these black robe judges need to be dealt with. And then the motherfucker literally, throughout the course of, it's been a month now, hasn't it? It's been about a fucking month. And this dude is still making comments daily to Jonah. Even tried with me, threatened to take my channel down because I called him too stupid to fucking, or what is it, too stupid to be called human, too pathetic to respect? Oh, you're just bullying. Meanwhile, this motherfucker is literally stalked my page for a goddamn week, stalked Jonah for over a fucking month now, making comments constantly. Oh, I'm gonna get your channel strike. I'm gonna get you removed. Sir, you are literally internet stalking at this point. That is a federal fucking criminal offense. You realize that, right? That's the same damn shit they tried to get the Bricks and Minifigs guy for. It's the same fucking thing. Here you are threatening, and if you do anything to this channel, monetary value is involved. You really want to fuck around? Let's find out, because I got no problem going after your ass. But Jonah's been dealing with it for a fucking month. Over 225 comments at him on 2 different news site videos, and over 100 on a video I made of recording all of the comments that he made at that time. And I guarantee you, Jonah, it's the same motherfucker. It's the same motherfucker that I've dealt with. It's the same motherfucker that came on here twice screaming. I can almost guarantee you the wording is the exact same. The way it's said is the exact same. The only thing he's not doing is trying to insult because I ripped him a new asshole twice. He couldn't win on facts, and he damn sure couldn't win on insults, so he ain't even playing that insult game, especially with me. He's just, you're just bullying me. You're cyberstalking, faggot. I'm sorry, I just had to get that out there. Jonah's dealing with this shit, and I even told him, I was just like, every time he posts a fucking comment, you just report for harassment. Every time, just keep it fucking going. I've been doing it.
So it is a defense to that claim. It is not, therefore, a crime if you can claim asylum, which is a legal pathway. And the issue, and keep coming back to it over and over again, you keep saying everybody here who's detained is illegal. They're not.
Yes.
They're not. If they claim asylum, that is a lawful.
If you're doing it fraudulently, it is no longer lawful, faggot. Stop at the if they claim asylum bullshit. You come into this country illegally, you get caught and then claim asylum, there should be no fucking reason you need to go through that process. If you didn't claim asylum before you came over here, there should be no fucking reason you go through that process. No, absolutely not. It's all fucking fraudulent. Shut the fuck up. No one gives a goddamn about your, they claiming asylum. No, the fuck they're not. They're claiming asylum after the fact, and 90 fucking % of them are getting removed because their asylum claims are not fucking valid. I don't even know if it's 90%, but it is high as fuck. It's like the first time I saw it was ever reported, it was 80 fucking %. I'm pretty sure it's a lot higher now. But these people who are claiming asylum, they don't even have valid asylum claims, but you're saying they're supposed to be here legally just because they say asylum. Fuck you and everything about you, bitch-made motherfucker.
Pathway. I know you don't like it, but it is a lawful pathway. So they are not here illegally. And I wish this administration would stop putting those people in jail indefinitely when they are simply following the law.
They're not following the law unless they request asylum before they come, bitch-made motherfucker. That's how it works.
Number one, claiming asylum does not mean that the United States has to take someone in. They can't. A claim can certainly be denied.
Gentlemen, 1 second. I will claim the time, and I will yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Oh, thank you. I would argue that the asylum process has been abused. People come across the border and yell, I'm afraid of something, and they're granted entry.
Hope you receive your bill tomorrow.
Those requests.
Anton, it may not be tomorrow. It may not be because we're only getting mail like now 2-3 times a week. If it's coming from the United States Postal Service, which it does look like through that email, yeah, it's not going to be tomorrow. Unless, I know it's like Fridays, maybe Saturdays, Mondays, maybe Tuesdays. I don't know. I'll get it and let you know, though.
And I will just say I agree with you.
Well, but secondly, I would say, and probably importantly, a conviction is not required to deport someone, especially if it is an illegal re-entry. Your presence here is criminal. I mean, 8 U.S.C. 1326, I use that all the time when I was a federal prosecutor. So being here is sufficient to be detained and deported. But thirdly,
there's something we need to know, Jonah.
The sanctuary jurisdictions do have a very wide
You're pulling Silence of the Lambs type shit?
There's some sanctuary-leaning jurisdictions in my home state of North Carolina. We had to pass a law at the state legislature to override the discretion. But we had members of I believe it was Fairfax County, Steve Descano, where he campaigned on not charging and not leading, not even hiding the ball. He wanted to plead them down to a non-deportable offense under the INA if they were here illegally. And we heard of numerous cases where that was exercised. Number one for me was when he cut loose a pedophile with overwhelming evidence because the judge said your plea offer is deficient. So sanctuary cities, there is some merit to some of them, but the other ones, they do go far too extreme. And in terms of waiting until an illegal alien is convicted, I would just say that what we're arguing for in that instance is for an American to be harmed, the illegal alien to be caught, the illegal alien to be convicted before they're deported. And I disagree with that. If they're here, especially a second time illegally, I would prefer we not wait for an American to be harmed, that we appropriately seize them and to deport them with greater efficiency.
Yeah.
Those are my 3 points.
Will the gentleman yield? Well, it's back to the chair.
I'm happy to yield to whoever, Mr. Roy and Mr. Goldman, whoever.
Yield to the gentleman for Texas.
I just want to add just a couple things to this deal, which is the Biden-Harris administration acknowledged this problem with asylum when they said when they had between 2014 and 2019, a full 83% of the people who were subject to expedited removal and claimed fear from that window were referred to an immigration judge. In fiscal year 24, for asylum cases originating with a credible fear claim at the border, only 8% of applications were eventually granted in immigration court. 6% were denied, 34% were not adjudicated, including cases that were terminated or dismissed. 42.7% of cases did not even bother filing the asylum application. Like, the point here is our effort to streamline this process to make sure that those who are able to claim asylum with credible fear can have it heard without being inundated, without having the system overwhelmed, so that the 85% in the 2024 data under Joe Biden that were not, and by the way, 8% were eventually granted immigration court, so 92% weren't. That number is completely unacceptable, and it's indicative of everything that was wrong with our system under the previous administration and why we are seeking to make codification of the policies that have restored order, that have restored sensibility, common sense, that have made it to now where you can actually do your job, where if somebody has an asylum claim, you can at least hear it, where you can manage the border without total abject chaos, where ranches are overwhelmed, rapes are occurring, unaccompanied children are being abused, cartels are being empowered, fentanyl are killing Texans and Americans, and the purpose of this is to avoid that ever happening again, irrespective of who's in the White House. I yield back, or I yield to the chairman.
Chairman, yield?
I'll yield to the gentleman from New York.
Just real quick in response to Mr. Knott. 8 U.S.C. 1326 is a federal crime. Whenever anybody is arrested federally, they don't have status, they're not here legally, they go into immigration custody if they're not put into federal custody. The issue is with the sanctuary cities, we're talking about city and state criminal prosecutions. And Mr. Roy, I guess what I would just ask is why is not some of the $240 billion that is being given to our immigration enforcement going to hire many more immigration judges to get out of the backlog of asylum? That's a pretty simple thing. Instead, it's going to $50,000 bonuses to people who are unvetted, who don't even have their background checks completed, and who are being hired just to terrorize people and arrest them for people who have no criminal background.
Time has expired. Money was used to get more immigration judges as part of the bill we passed last year. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Well, the facts are that Trump has doged the immigration judges. So you have fewer judges now than you had a year ago.
Guam hasn't tipped over. Why the fuck are you talking?
Narrow the funnel from the
just to let y'all know, we are at 1.25 speed. Normal voice.
Top where you are putting immigrants into the private for-profit crony capitalist prison industrial complex, private detention facilities. You hire 20,000 agents to terrorize the communities across America, arrest people, put them in private detention. The average stay for an asylum seeker is 700 days.
Why does he sound normal now?
Detention. And the fact is, if they're in private detention, they're going to spend more time there at taxpayer expense than they will in a public detention center, a government-run detention center. So this private for-profit prison detention industrial complex is one that makes money for a few people at the top, and those are the crony capitalists associated with Donald Trump. And it's hurting Americans when our neighbors, and in some cases our relatives, are getting caught up in that funnel. You're putting a bunch of people in, but yet you're adjudicating fewer and fewer cases, meaning more lengthy stays in the detention centers at taxpayer expense. Connect the dots, it hurts the taxpayers, but it also hurts people on the ground. I want to read parts of an article written by Miriam Jordan, a national immigration correspondent with the New York Times, in an article published yesterday and updated today. She says, quote, "The Trump administration's immigration crackdown is colliding with a demographic reality. Americans are aging rapidly and living longer, creating soaring demand for elder care.
Oh, he
when the industry
probably
is already
is,
buckling
Jonah.
under the weight of chronic labor
He
shortages.
probably is.
Almost
You've already
70
been.
million people
You've
in the
already
United
been
States
let
are 65
know he
years of
watches.
age or older, and government projections estimate that 70% of older adults will need care at some point in their lives. Millions of immigrants eligible to work in the United States
Oh, we're at
fill
1.5
positions
now.
across the elder care
The CO
industry,
Museum.
such as nurses, dietitians, fitness instructors, and maintenance technicians. And countless undocumented immigrants care for seniors in their homes, part of a vast informal economy. Immigration enforcement is choking both labor pools. And so when you get older and you don't have anybody to take care of you, you can blame Trump and you can blame MAGA Republicans here in the House of Representatives and also in the U.S. Senate. I'll also talk about the 1.5 million people that the United States Supreme Court, the 6-3 MAGA majority on the United States Supreme Court, has authorized Donald Trump to revoke their temporary protective status and deport them. Where do you think they're going first before they get deported? They're going into those private for-profit detention centers, wreaking more.
Do they need to be in a Hilton hotel? Do they need to be at the fucking the internet? What is it? The Intercontinental, the hotel right next to the White House. Do they need to be put up in there in the taxpayer dime for you to feel happy and your pussy not bleed about people being evicted from this country that shouldn't be here in the first goddamn place? Seriously, are we going that route? These motherfuckers must live like gods among men just because they're here illegally and they get found out? Fuck you, dude.
More profits for the crony capitalists.
They need to be treated worse than the prisoners in our fucking jail system.
350,000 Haitians, which, or who President Trump has accused of being dog eaters and cat eaters, our domestic pets.
They are.
But do you think he gives a damn about them? Those 350,000, many of them work in the nursing homes.
Do I give
Many
a
of them
fuck
work
about
in
them?
the
No.
informal economy, taking care of yours and mine, our elderly relatives, our mothers, our fathers, uncles and aunts, grandmothers. And so be careful of what you do. You can talk about illegal immigrants being criminal or being non-criminal, whatever you want to call them. But these are the people who are working in this economy, and they are helping
because
make
they eat
life
cats and
better for
dogs.
you.
Right.
And when they're not there, you have only yourself to blame. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank my friend from Kansas. I thank Chairman. Let me just juxtapose a couple of things. In the window of time from the time that we passed H.R. 2 in the previous Congress in May of 2023, but that we were being stonewalled by Democrats in the Senate and by the previous administration, during that window of time between then and when President Trump took office and was able to get control of the situation at the border, enacting the very policies that my Democrats clearly support by virtue of the way they're talking about what we want to try to accomplish here and what we're trying to do right now, in that Republicans in that time, we passed the bill. In that window, more than 3.5 million illegal aliens encountered at the southwest border alone, 5 million encountered nationwide. We had millions of illegal aliens released, hundreds of thousands of aliens chauffeured into the country through illegal parole programs, at least 2 million new cases in immigration court. Let me repeat that. At least 2 million new cases in immigration court. We had the preventable murders and deaths of Laken Riley, Jocelyn Ungary, Rachel Morin, Katie Abraham, Sheridan Gorman, Stephanie Minter, and countless other Americans. All of that since May 2023, since the time Republicans took action, and that we are trying to do right now to codify what President Trump did that actually restored order at the border. Let's talk about immigration judges. The EOIR announces 77 immigration judges and 5 temporary immigration judges.
He's got to be slowed down a
put this
little
into the
bit.
record without objection from the chairman.
Objection.
The largest class in agency's history. The Executive Office for Immigration Review announced the swearing in of 77 immigration judges and 5 temporary immigration judges, the largest class of new adjudicators in EOIR's history, growing the total
Illegal
immigration judge court
invasion
nearly
from an illegal
700.
puppet
Hired
president?
153 permanent immigration judges this fiscal year, the most in any single year in the agency's history. I would also ask to insert into the record this adjudication statistics, which shows the extent to which initial receipts have plummeted. You see this chart, you got to zero into the screen. The receipts have plummeted under this administration in terms of who's coming into the system. Yet the total completions of the adjudication of claims is going up under the Trump administration because we took the money that we got under the OBBB, we took that and our efforts, and we've added to the immigration judges. We've been processing the backlogs, diminishing the numbers, and no longer filling the courts with new people, because we're actually doing the job we're supposed to do at the border. So I totally agree that we should be doing exactly what we're doing right now. That's the whole point. We want to codify it and make it to where it's permanent. With that, I would yield back to the gentleman from Kansas.
Gentleman yields back.
During
Gentleman from
Biden's
Kansas yields
time in
back.
office,
Yes.
just
Gentleman
Arizona
from
would
Kansas yields
find
back.
an
I think
average
it's
of a
Ms.
body
Scanlon
a
and
day.
Ms. Raskin.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've found so many of the statements from the other side of the aisle today absolutely astonishing. The way that people can try to justify this detention fantasy that
Can we do
underlies
something where
their
we still don't
efforts
do that?
to justify mass imprisonment of people is just inhumane and immoral and everything else. I mean, it's a house.
Hey, I wish I wish Anton was still here. This bitch right here, or for anybody that doesn't know this bitch, look up Richard Kane. He is the priest from Poltergeist 2. Female version of that creature.
Of cards, which if you examine any one of those cards, the whole thing is going to collapse. It starts with this idea that we have all these dangerous criminal immigrants in this country. It's a fantasy. Even the people they have picked up, the vast majority of them are not criminals. So that card is not structurally sound. Then we have the lies that all these people came here illegally. That's not true. Many of the people who have been detained have come here legally under visas, under different, as recipients of TPS, and the rules got changed under them. We also know that there are millions of people who came here legally, and because our immigration system is so broken and all the money is going to detention and border walls, we don't have the resources to process the people who are in line trying to follow the rules. And those people are getting picked up as they go to their court hearings, as they go to meetings in which they are trying to follow our rules. So it's just one lie after another, which then is used to
Same
justify
thing, you're fucking
the
talking.
unconstitutional and
I mean, the
inhumane
projection is
treatment
fucking
that is
amazing.
being doled out using taxpayer dollars. Prisons, many of them privately run, that are being operated in conditions where there is inadequate clean water, inadequate meals, unsanitary conditions, and a lack of medical care, as court after court after court has found in recent years. We now have thousands of decisions indicating over the last 2 years that people are being held in inhumane conditions. And if every one of these people could get a lawyer, then we would have thousands more released than have been already. Probably one of the most perverse things is that some of the taxpayer dollars being used to fund these private prisons are actually taxpayer dollars from the people who are being held there now, because so many of the people who have been detained are actually here working legally, working and paying taxes. Because, as several people have pointed out, our immigrants are a net monetary benefit to this country. The arguments are just not credible, they're not true, and to justify the kind of conditions where we've had over 50 people die in the last just year and a half in ICE facilities, that is vastly more than we've ever seen before. And
Bitch, we've had more people die because of your left-wing lunacy than the people that have been picked up for immigration. And more people have been affected than just the people we've picked up for immigration. More people have been affected by your bullshit than the people who have been affected by this immigration crackdown. Shut the fuck up. Stop crying. I don't want to hear about how much you're bleeding out your asshole. Stop it. Shut the fuck up.
And in so many cases, these people died from lack of medical treatment, from inhumane conditions. And to try to justify continuing that kind of immoral behavior, I think is well beneath this institution and this country. But I do want to make the point that I think kicked off this part of the debate. My colleague from Pennsylvania has offered a very simple amendment saying that we should not be detaining people in warehouses. If we can't even agree upon the fact that we should not treat people like an Amazon package, I have very little hope for anything productive.
You treat prisoners worse than Amazon packages. Treating them like an Amazon package would actually be a step above what prisoners get treated like. Shut the fuck up. I am so goddamn tired of it. That these motherfuckers who get picked up because they're here illegally should have everything just given to them. The finer meals, steak and lobster every damn night. If they're Jewish, kosher meals every damn night. Fucking, why don't we get, the Gordon Ramsay? Why don't we get Gordon Ramsay to cook their meals for them every fucking night? He personally gets paid to cook their meals, okay? Let's do that. They need to be treated like gods simply because they came here illegally. Or they came here legally and decided, yeah, fuck being an American citizen. I'm still getting all the benefits anyway, so why the fuck do I care about citizenship? Huh? Why? Why do they get everything off my fucking dime while I struggle to put food on my motherfucking table? I swear to fucking God, you are a threat to national security. The entire Democrat Party should now be brought up on treason charges. You are trying to overthrow this country from within to make it a socialist, communist fucking country. You are a threat to the American way of life. Every time you speak, you commit treason.
Of getting done in this body in the foreseeable future, or at least until November. So it is not just the human rights of the folks that are involved, but we have seen across the country as these warehouses have been gobbled up by ICE, often at excessive prices. The local communities are saying, wait, our sewer system, our electrical grid, our hospital
if you tie my hands, I wouldn't be able to
you
speak.
putting 7,000 or 10,000
I
people
could, but
in
yeah.
an Amazon warehouse in our district. So there are so many other issues here that deserve to be dealt with. I do think an overarching one is the fact that so many of these facilities are being run for private, for-profit prison contractors who, as
Those
we heard
facilities
detailed
have been
earlier,
toured
are
and
raking
toured
in
and toured, and they're
billions
fine.
and billions
Yeah.
of taxpayer dollars, some of which they're turning around
They're
then
getting
and
treated
making
better
millions
than
and
most
millions
of
of
us.
dollars of contributions to the White House and to members of Congress. So the whole thing is a very sick, inhumane cycle. And obviously, I will be supporting my colleagues' amendment and voting against this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And this amendment specifically, as it goes back to what my colleague was just saying, it's about these Amazon warehouses. And I know that there's been a lot of talk about sanctuary cities and blue states and red states and things like that. But I want to tell you the story of a town by the name of Hutchins. In the town of Hutchins, there was a proposal for ICE to purchase a building.
Jennifer, thank you for the donut. It got a little, that's a little corgi puppy, ain't it? Or is it? No, that's a Shibu. A Shibu, you know.
There was 1 million square feet. It was a warehouse.
It's got
that
a tail.
Previously been utilized specifically by Amazon. And the Department of Homeland Security and ICE considered the site.
No, actually. That tail is curly. Huh. I don't think that's a Shiba Inu. But you have a great night, too.
To convert it into a massive detention facility,
Is that-
which would have held roughly 9,500 to 10,000
A dingo
individuals,
or a
far
chow?
exceeding the small town's population of around 6,000 people. In the following
If they
weeks,
quit
the people
fighting
rose up, and
extradition,
the
they
people
could go to
decided
hell
that they
home
were
quicker.
going to push and use every tool in their toolbox to make sure that this ICE facility did not go through. The town of Hutchins is actually in Texas. It actually sits in Texas 30. And I do want to applaud not only the people of the town of Hutchins, but also my elected officials on every single level that worked together to make sure that that was shut down. But let's talk about what this is really about. And I know y'all knew it was coming, especially once I showed up. It's racist. It's just racist, 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 okay? Now let me tell you why it is racist, all right? This ain't about whether or not you're concerned that the immigrant is coming in and the immigrant is gonna kill everybody. That is not what it is. It's not. It's the things like what your fearless leader said when he said they're poisoning the blood, okay? What this is about.
Hey, you fucking whore. Didn't you start the whole maggot thing? Didn't you start trumpet? Didn't you start the dehumanization and insults first? I'm sorry. Poisoning the blood of this country? Bitch, they are the fucking venom that destroys us. I don't give a fuck if you don't like the fact that, oh, black and brown people are being called fucking poison. I don't give a fuck if you think it's goddamn racist, you retarded fucking cum stain. I don't. You started the dehumanization. You started the insults. You started with every fucking bit of it, calling Trump supporters stupid. Because Trump said, hey, he loves the uneducated because the uneducated are the ones that got him elected. Oh, that means Republicans are stupid. They're just stupid because they don't understand the damn thing. Meanwhile, you motherfuckers can't even goddamn read any articles. You listen to just some trumped up motherfucker who gets paid to give the fucking propaganda out. You listen to fucking retards tell you what retards are saying, and you think it's gold. So it's racist to say you, as an American citizen, a black woman who always screams racism, you're poisoning the blood of America because you think a black person, just because of the color of their skin, should get everything, seeing as how we put generations of black people in fucking, we've taken care of them. Their entire fucking lives. You got your reparations. There's generations of reparations with you motherfuckers living on the system. The generations. There's your reparations. Now shut the fuck up about how everything's racist because white people say something.
Out is racism. Because the last time I checked, supposedly this administration, not even just this administration, let me just be clear. Your president, he is the one that said white South African refugees needed their own program. And so therefore, he decided that he would raise the cap on how many refugees could come into the United States, but it was only raised for white South Africans. The administration set a limit of 17,500 slots, planned to admit more white South Africans as refugees this year. So here's the point.
Every time I see these images of these officers who obviously are completely incompetent, none of that money that has been given to ICE has been given so that they could be trained up and know how to do the daggone job. Seems like they are specifically targeting people because of how they look. In fact, earlier, one of my colleagues from across the aisle was talking about...
Yeah, they're targeting people because of how they look. Do they look American? So targeting people by how they look, targeting people by their speech, targeting people that shouldn't be here, that aren't American, is somehow racist because they're not white. I'm so done with the racism cry every single goddamned day. I'm done with it. You manufacture the racism just to say there is something there. SPLC fucking proves that, you dumb whore. I have had enough of ghetto hood rat fucking cum dumpsters making the laws that tell me how to live my life. I'm glad you're out of office. Just shut the fuck up and go away.
Let's not forget our history. As he quoted the history of how his family came in, and I guess he was trying to say they came in the...
Why are you quoting his family? Like that's something... No. I demand heads fucking roll from the Democrat Party. I demand heads roll. I've had enough of it. You all are treasonous sacks of shit. Every single fucking one of you deserve to be executed in the streets. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not fucking sorry. You levied war on the American people for decades. You have taken everything from them. Their money. You must tax them more and more so you can give to everybody else. Instead of worrying about the American people and their ability to actually raise that tax revenue that you want to continue to keep increasing, you want to send that money to other fucking countries. You want to give that money to everybody else who doesn't deserve it. Economic warfare is warfare on the people of this fucking country. You retarded cum dumpster gutter slut.
Right way. Let me be clear about something. The people that were here are the indigenous folk. And you know who ICE been rounding up? They've been rounding up indigenous people. The people that originally came, not the colonizers, but the...
Bitch, you're the fucking colonizers. You are. You're the ghetto hood rat whore that goes into everywhere saying, I'm going to represent you, then act like a fucking fool trying to say black people are... You're the fucking colonizer. What the fuck are you talking about? The colonizers. I'm sorry. You started a fucking war and brought arrows to a gunfight. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Oh, are you talking about the blankets, the smallpox blankets? Oh, years, decades before germ theory was ever fucking known? I am so fucking sick and tired of the goddamn retardation. It's on a massive fucking level, and it is an embarrassment. It is an embarrassment that the black community holds a median of fucking IQ of 85. Median is exact goddamn center of everything. That means half the fucking population is dumber than that. You are effectively functional fucking retards or worse. And somehow that's my fault as a white man because you've made yourself that way. Fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What up, Adam? How you doing?
Original people. So what this is about is whiteness. Everything that this administration has pushed has been about white supremacy. Your fear. In fact, you say things like, oh, you just want them to come in so that they will vote for you because we know that when you look at the numbers, I mean, I'm just being real with this, but white people, they're not the ones that carry the Democrats. They aren't. And so this is literally...
Yeah, white people aren't the ones that carry the Democrats. It is the Democrats telling the black people that they're too stupid to get IDs. It's Democrats telling the black people that they don't know what a computer is. It's Democrats telling the black people that they're so goddamn fucking pathetic they can't do a motherfucking thing for themselves unless white people give them everything. Yes, that is the Democrat Party saying black people are subhuman life forms. And then to go ahead and prove it, you lower the fucking educational standards, you give crack to the black communities, you fuck up the black community, you literally try to stick them in fucking ghettos all this fucking time, throughout all of it. You sit there and say that if you vote for me, I'm going to give you everything. After I've already put you in that situation, and if I give you everything, you won't vote for me again, but vote for me because I'm going to give you everything. The Democrat Party has never fucking changed. They are the same racist piece of shit they've always fucking been.
About you say things, you tell on yourselves. You believe that somehow they will become citizens and they will start voting in the interest of equity. Those are the things you fight against when you say no diversity, equity, and inclusion. You want to sit up here and act like the crime is being perpetrated by people of color, but the statistics say otherwise.
52% of all fucking violent crime is committed by 6% of a population that only makes up 13% of the fucking country. Out of the 45 million of you, there are what? What is it? 4.5? There are 2.6 million of you that commit fucking violent crime constantly. You're habitual fucking offenders. To the point up you make 50% of all fucking violent crime. That's rape. That's murder. That's assault. And I can play millions of fucking videos to prove it. So no, it's not a fucking lie. What is a goddamn lie is you saying white supremacy, white people create more fucking crime. When we see Middle Eastern motherfuckers, black motherfuckers, Chinese motherfuckers, Laotian motherfuckers, Jamaican motherfuckers in prison and labeled as white. When we see that the numbers from these big major cities have not actually been reported and the fucking numbers are fudged in the first damn place because you want to lower shit down to make it look like crime's actually crime is declining. When we see you fuck with these numbers, we know that it's a bigger problem than what the numbers actually report. So if 50% of all violent crime is committed by 6% of the black community, doesn't that mean if the numbers have been flubbed, that it's a lot fucking higher? You want to claim that's racism? Claim it's racism. Half of the black community is functionally retarded or worse.
If you look at the real numbers,
sense.
I know that y'all believe in propaganda and y'all don't want people to know the truth, and y'all definitely don't want them to know history, because then you got to, again, acknowledge colonizing. But nevertheless, when you look at the numbers, you want to tell me about one-offs. And listen, as a criminal defense attorney, I have represented people of all colors. Let me tell you, anybody can commit a crime on any given day. The idea that you...
But the chances of it happening with the black community is a lot fucking higher because you are 9 times more likely to have an interaction with the police being black. Why? Because you were 12 times more likely to commit a fucking crime. Are we seriously going to do this? Are we seriously going to sit here and claim everything's racist because black people can't do whatever the fuck they want to do, including rape, kill, and murder people? Shut the fuck up with this.
put a white sweeping brush on everybody that happens to have a little bit of melanin as a criminal, that is really the crime. When you are elected to represent somebody, you should be understanding that your job is to fight for everybody. And what makes this country great is our diversity. I'll yield.
Time is up.
Shut that bitch the fuck up forever. I don't want to hear that whore ever fucking speak in the halls of Congress again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Holy fuck, that was
support this
retarded.
amendment. I certainly supported that history lesson we just heard, and there's so much to talk about.
Come lover doves up
based
again.
on what my colleagues from the other side of the aisle have been saying. So we want to talk about the border. Well, let me see. If I recall, we had a bipartisan immigration reform bill that did address the border that, in fact, Trump tanked because he wanted to make sure that, you know, he had Republicans falling in line so that he could try and win the election in 24. And so in my mind, this bill that we're debating now is like...
What the fuck are you talking about?
...to a bipartisan piece of immigration reform
You are
legislation.
sloppy seconds to every
Let's
single
talk
fucking
about
person on this
immigration
planet.
And immigrants. There are all kinds of immigrants. There are the ones that landscape your homes. There are the ones that care for your families. There are the ones that prepare your food. There are the ones that design your Teslas. There are the ones that come up with vaccines that cure diseases. There are the ones that marry.
They're the ones that design Teslas and come up with cures for vaccines. No, some of them do. Some of them, yes. But your H-1B motherfuckers are all fucking lies. I mean, the massive amount of fucking fraudulent H-1Bs out there is fucking amazing. And this cum dumpster gutter slut wants you to think that they're all fucking real. The thousands upon thousands of fucking fraudulent degrees, fraudulent H-1B applications that were never looked into and just fucking accepted. Are you fucking kidding me? Why the fuck are they taking care of the people's household? Why the fuck are they the cleaners? Why the fuck are they the farmers? Why the fuck are they the lowest part of our infrastructure? Oh, that's right. You want the illegal slave labor to keep costs low.
People that ultimately become the president. There are all kinds of immigrants with all kinds of status. So let's not try and lump immigrants into one kind of bucket to push a very perverse narrative.
So we can't push anybody into a, no, we can't paint everybody in the same box. You can't do that, ladies and gentlemen. But they're going to. They damn sure do it. Every fucking time. They damn sure do it. Every Republican is a fucking Nazi. Every Republican is a fascist. Every Republican is a threat to this fucking country. But don't you say that every illegal immigrant should be deported. I demand treason charges. This is retarded. The halls of Congress are filled with the retarded. The subtarded, because none of this makes any goddamn sense. Actually, mentally challenged people would be better in our halls of fucking Congress than this bitch. I would put up a Down syndrome person into office before I would ever vote for this cum lover. Seriously.
About who immigrants are. Let's talk about criminals. Criminals has come up, I guess, and I don't know, like what Democrats think about criminals and Republicans. Well, we can talk about criminals. Let's talk about the ones that stormed the Capitol on January 6th. I have not heard anybody say, round these people up and put them in jail. I have heard people say,
you rounded them up and you put them in jail illegally for what the fuck you actually came up with, for what the fuck you actually caused, for what the fuck the insurrection you caused, you blamed everybody else fucking for. Oh, we got to round them back up and throw them in jail just because my pussy hurts, because it's been found out that the Democrat Party actually set the shit up. They need to go to fucking jail because we committed fucking treason against the American people to overthrow the government, and so we can take the fucking halls of power. We can lock up Trump, who was duly fucking elected. We can lock his ass up and make him go to jail for what the fuck we did. I demand treason charges, and I will accept nothing fucking less.
say, give them restitution, give them a job working for ICE,
Reparations.
give them a bonus.
Reparations is what they get.
You know, give them a car and a bonus and all of this. And
Give
there are
them a
so many
car
other kinds
and
of
a
criminals
bonus
than
because
just
they're
those
here
January
illegally.
6ers. There are white-collar criminals, there are terrorists.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's talking about the January. Yeah, give them a car and a bonus because you illegally locked these motherfuckers up. You had motherfuckers behind bars in solitary confinement for years for trespass charges. Nobody was ever convicted of insurrection. None of them were ever fucking insurrection charges. And the conspiracy fucking charges for sedition that you got the Proud Boys on is a complete fucking goddamn joke. The January 6th committee was a complete fucking joke. Informational and psychological warfare on the people to cover up the fact that you literally tried to fucking pull off an insurrection using the other side as a patsy. Heads need to roll.
There are folks, and not just immigrants, there are folks, Americans, that are involved in trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking. And you know what? We have agencies for this. We have DEA, we have ATF, we have Homeland Security. And I'm not talking about ICE. And you know what? This administration, you know what you all have done? You all have stopped the thousands of agents working in those departments. You have stopped them from going after criminals. You have stopped them from pursuing their prosecutorial work to go after people that are trafficking children. And you,
bitch, you allowed those fucking children to be lost into the fucking system to be trafficked. You pulled them away. You made them make these motherfuckers sandwiches. They had to wait on these motherfuckers hand and foot as these children were being fucking trafficked, and you knew it. Lover Dove knew of the trafficking that was happening, and she defended it.
you have put them on ICE detail.
I'm
Anybody
tired
who does
of the
that
fucking
in my
lies.
mind is a criminal. If you are taking folks away from their job trying to stop child trafficking, then you're a criminal. Let's
What about the motherfuckers that you made make sandwiches for the traffickers? Aren't you a fucking criminal? Giving aid and comfort to those who are trafficking fucking human beings, let alone children? Aren't you the fucking criminal too? It's a criminal to take away people from looking at child trafficking to go after these people who are here illegally. That's criminal. So is the 400,000 plus you've lost under the Biden administration that we know we've found be trafficked across the fucking country, across the fucking planet. We've seen it. We know it exists. You allowed it. You let it perpetrate. You defended it. It's time to shut the fuck up.
talk about judges. People come up with these judges. Well, there are judges that are saying no to ICE because of these warehouses, because of these detention facilities. These warehouses that are warehousing 2-month-old babies, pregnant women. What is a 2-month-old baby doing? What kind of high crime is a 2-month-old baby committing? Crying more than 3 seconds? What is that? Why are we doing this? Why are we warehousing babies less than a year old?
Why are the babies here in the first goddamn place, you retarded cum dumpster? Shut the fuck up. Stop with the pulling at the heartstrings of people. Oh my God, babies are crying. Execute the fucker in the street. Execute this bitch. Like you were literally trying to say that people should be coming here taking everything fucking from me simply because they exist. I owe them everything because I exist as American fucking citizen. You levy war against my way of life by doing this shit. I demand fucking heads roll now. We have gone through this for over a fucking decade. And for over a fucking decade, it has been the Democrat Party to levy different types of warfare on the American people simply because they don't get their way. And when they get their way, they literally levy warfare on you using illegals to rape, pillage, and fucking murder. And then they defend it. They want it. They need to keep it here. You need to die because you won't vote for them. The people that are killing you will vote for them, so they need to fucking stay. That is warfare on me. And I am tired of just taking it in the ass every fucking time simply because you're an elected member of Congress. You make the bills to tell me how to live my life. You create the fucking policies to let this shit happen. So when you attack my way of life, bitch, you are committing fucking absolute treason. You are giving aid and comfort to those who levy war against me. And yes, coming into this country illegally, robbing people's houses, burning shit down, killing people, raping people. Yes, that is war. And I am sick and fucking tired of elected representatives on both sides of the fucking aisle telling me I must take it because I'm an American fucking citizen. Because these motherfuckers, just because they're too goddamn stupid to be called human and too pathetic to respect, we need to give them everything. Because you have it and they don't.
Pregnant women. Why are we shackling pregnant women, putting them in these warehouses?
Why are
The
they
judges
here
saying
illegally?
no. A judge in my district has said no. Because you said that these warehouses, these detention facilities, y'all's ICE are violating the Fifth Amendment. People are dying because of inhumane conditions of confinement. And so what we're...
Let them. They die in their home countries because of inhumane conditions being out in the fucking public. Why the fuck do I care? Most of these motherfuckers have been here for a long ass time who have lived off our system, and you're telling me just because they have cancer, they need to be treated for it. When we pay for insurance and can't get treated for our own fucking cancers, we pay for it and still can't get treated, but they don't pay for it and they must be treated. What the fuck retard shit is that? That's why we can't get health care. That's why our health care sucks, is we're giving it to everybody else who doesn't pay for it and damn sure don't deserve it. But here we are again. Everybody, you must suffer. You need to fucking die so that somebody else who doesn't deserve anything, it gets a piece of the pie. You've paid into your system all your fucking life. You get denied from your medical care most of the fucking time. But an illegal has a sniffle. Oh my God, give them the works. Let's find out if anything else, if we can pump them for anything else. It's the taxpayer paying for it, not us. Meanwhile, you struggle to have any fucking claim paid for by your fucking insurance company that you pay for. 10 to 15% of your income monthly goes to that shit, maybe even more for some of you. Sometimes it's up to 30% of your income goes to healthcare that you must have by law, and they will not accept your fucking claims. But yet an illegal has a sniffle, and we give them a full fucking body makeover off your fucking dime. And it must happen.
saying through these amendments to try to fix this sloppy second bill
I need a head change.
Is have some oversight. Say the thing. We are saying the thing. You want to talk about people being killed? Well, you know what? My colleague didn't add Alex Preddy to the list, Renee Good to the list.
Renee Good actually tried to run over a fucking federal officer and got what she deserved. Alex Preddy was stupid enough to walk up and try to interfere with law enforcement with a fucking loaded firearm on him. There was one in the goddamn fucking chamber, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? That gun went off after it was removed from him. That means there was one in the fucking chamber ready to go. Who the fuck? Anybody, any responsible gun owner would tell you, hey, don't try to interfere with law enforcement. Don't even walk up to law enforcement with a weapon on you because you are inviting trouble. Every fucking time. But yet, Alex Preddy does it, and he's somehow a goddamn fucking martyr. Fuck you.
Be honest. I really
No
don't
argument on the
understand
language
why no
development. We'll
on the
never
other
know for
side of the
sure.
aisle
Creating a
can be
language can be
honest
done today just as much
about
as
what
it
is
did
happening.
back
A
then.
death is a death, regardless of if it's your narrative or not. And you should be demanding oversight over your dollars being misused to create inhumane conditions, which is why I support this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yield, or gentlelady yields back. The question occurs. Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Our colleagues want to strike the pose of anti-crime warriors over this legislation, but they are complete bystanders, even enthusiasts when it comes to certain kinds of crime. White-collar crime, the frauds that are sweeping the country today, any of Donald Trump's crimes and any of the crimes committed by the convicted felons, he pardons. Pardoned more than 1,500 felons who attacked and assaulted our police officers, stormed the Capitol of the United States, threatened to assassinate his own vice president, they did, and tried to overthrow a presidential election. And then he pardoned all of them, commuted their sentence.
Oh, Glenn. I was gonna do, if this one was a short one, I was gonna do that after. Tomorrow, because we need to do some members only shit, and in the Rumble Premium thing. Tomorrow, we're going through that hearing. The Smithsonian was brought up. As a matter of fact, where is it? That was oversight, right? Live. Rewriting American History, examining the Smithsonian's effort to reshape the past. That's going to be tomorrow. Anyway.
Sentences, gave them clemency, forgave any fines or restitution that they owed to their victims, including to the United States of America. And we don't hear a peep from them about that kind of crime. We heard about DUI. Well, a lot of our families have been touched by DUI. Lots of families in America. 12,000 people every year are lost to drunk drivers. 34 deaths a day. Don't all these families deserve something more than just a rhetorical invocation of DUI in order to pass a terrible anti-immigration bill that everybody knows is going nowhere?
Wait a minute. You were the ones to argue about the drunk drivers. Oh, a guy sat in his car and got popped for DUI because the keys were in the ignition and the engine was fucking hot. A guy got popped for DUI. And it was found out he was illegal, so he had to be deported. You were the one making the argument, and now you're sitting here saying, we shouldn't have it? Let me get this right. Let me see if I'm actually reading this right from his ass.
12,000 people every year are lost to drunk drivers. 34 deaths a day. Don't all these families deserve something more than just a rhetorical invocation of DUI in order to pass a terrible anti-immigration bill that everybody knows is going nowhere?
Yep. That was exactly what he was fucking saying. It wasn't long ago that you motherfuckers were in the House Rules Committee sitting here saying, no, people for DUI shouldn't be deported. That they shouldn't be deported. Now, 12,000 people die every year from drunk driving. But we're arguing for the illegals to come over here and be caught for drunk driving, and they shouldn't be deported. But don't the people who have children who die or loved ones who die because of drunk drivers, don't they deserve something? Aren't they? Shouldn't they be held up? I mean, they would if you didn't allow illegals to come over here and drunk drive. Fuck, what? I guarantee you would probably be a lot less of those motherfuckers dying too.
In the dwindling...
maybe not a lot less, but hey, Americans like to drink and drive. Let's be honest.
Days of this Congress, why didn't we have one serious hearing about drunk driving in America and people getting killed every single day? When I was a state senator in Maryland, I advanced legislation which passed to impose a mandatory, compulsory ignition interlock device on the cars of convicted drunk drivers. And yet, what have our colleagues done about that? Nothing. No hearings, no markup, no legislation, but they will use DUI as a way to make an argument for more immigrant bashing in America. We keep hearing fairy tales about the...
we use DUIs to bash American citizens for making that shitty-ass fucking choice they know not to make. But we can't do it to illegals, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot treat the illegals like we do U.S. citizens. They need to be treated better. Holy fuck, how can you sit there and make that argument?
The Obama administration, the Biden administration. If the Democrats had their way, they say there'd be 100 million illegal aliens swarming the streets of America. If Democrats had their way, there'd be 1 billion people. The whole world would be here. Well, you know what? Under the Obama administration, more than 3 million people were removed, deported, and repatriated. Under the Biden administration, more than 4 million people were removed, deported, and repatriated from the country.
Under the Biden administration, both of those combined, were let into this country. Probably more. Oh, 1 billion people. 1 billion. Wait a minute. Didn't I actually show you guys a document? You remember Scenario 5? By 2050, there's supposed to be a population of 1.1 billion people, and 79% of that are post-immigrants, post-1995 immigrants, or their descendants. The 79% of this country is from immigrants who came here after 1995. The document was written in 2000 by the United Nations Secretariat. 1.1 billion by 2050 was scenario 5. And this motherfucker's talking about a billion. Tell me this motherfucker doesn't know.
I went back because I remembered a hearing that we had. The Republican chairs of the Oversight and Homeland Committees interviewed the Border Patrol chiefs for each section of the southern border to try to find out what was going on under Biden. Here's what they said. You can go back and listen to the whole hearing or check out the report. The Biden administration made investments to address the spike in undocumented immigration
don't get me
and
wrong.
to control
I love
the border.
America,
There was no open
but
border.
I think natives were the
They tried
purest race
everything they could
before
to get one of them
whites
to
and
say there was open
Mexicans
border.
and
They said, no, there was
Aztecs,
no open
probably
border.
same,
There was
but
robust
wiped out.
drug interdiction at the border. Gregory Bavino, whom Trump made the commander at large of the Border Patrol,
You're not
was the
wrong,
chief
though.
patrol agent for the El
You're
Centro
really not.
sector under President Biden. And he testified about the successful Border Patrol operations he was running, and he discussed applying consequences for those illegally crossing the border and drug traffickers under President Biden. So look, if you want to go off and continue to divide and polarize Americans and demagogue this issue, do it. But stop misstating the historical record when it comes to the administrations of President Biden and President Obama.
Oh.
While America's involved in illegal, unconstitutional...
You talk about our presidents. We try to shit on your president. We lie about him on a daily basis. We fabricate shit. Through our fucking agencies, we have the weight of the federal government come down on this motherfucker. We're allowed to do that. But don't you ever, ever say anything about Biden or Obama. I'm fucking done with this dumb shit.
Disastrous war in Iran, taking American lives as well as Iranian lives. They want to replay the best of, the worst of all of their anti-immigrant fantasies, which have turned the vast majority of the country against them, as more than 60% of Americans reject the failed immigration policies of this administration. Tom Paine said when he got over to America in 1774, 2 years before a revolution, that this country, if it lives up to its ideals and values, will be an asylum to humanity. Not an insane asylum, but a place of refuge for people seeking freedom from political and economic and religious and intellectual persecution from all over the world. That's who we are.
I'm sorry. I read Glenn's comment. They wanted us tamed for being savages, and we have been, but I think we were one of the purest races, undiluted for a long... Yeah. I mean, y'all killed anybody you ever come in contact with, including different tribes. All right. I know that's unfair to say, but anybody else that came in contact with Native Americans, they got violent real quick. But yeah, he's, what was it? Mexicans, Aztecs, probably the same, but wiped out. Yeah, that probably did happen. But yes, I mean, let's be honest though. American Indians were savage as fuck. They just run up on somebody and just take your entire fucking scalp. As a fucking trophy. They just scalped your motherfucking ass. Hair and all just taken. As a trophy. I mean, the only thing worse than that is a fucking blood eagle from a Viking. Shit.
As a country. And instead, they want to set Americans against Americans and continue to have ICE agents killing Americans, shooting them down in the streets. And we say, no, enough of this. Let's get together and have serious, bipartisan, common sense immigration
I say
reform.
y'all, but...
I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have Cherokee blood in me,
The
too.
question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Seeking a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr.
No,
Nels?
the Amazon tribes are...
Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no.
They'll
Ms.
eat you,
Hageman?
motherfucker.
Ms. Hageman votes no.
Stay the fuck
Ms.
away
Leah
from
Florida?
them.
Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Girthman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder?
Guys, we ain't even halfway
Schmidt?
through this shit.
Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania? Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Schmidt, you're not recorded.
I mean, it is
Mr.
fucked
Schmidt votes
up
no.
what we did to the American Indians. I'm not gonna lie. It's so fucked. You literally sold most of your land for a fucking pumpkin.
Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a dick fucking move.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 13
But
noes.
yeah.
The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
I'm still acting like I'm not even like
California,
part
reasons of
Cherokee
point of
over
order.
here.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature.
Objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
My
Thank you,
ancestors
Mr.
did the
Chairman.
exact
My
same
amendment is about the
shit.
necessity of ICE agents wearing body cameras, something which I think the vast majority of Americans and people in Congress agree to. We've watched in horror as poorly trained and out of control DHS and ICE officers shot more than 24 Americans and immigrants and killed 6 of them, including 3 U.S. citizens during immigration enforcement operations since Trump has taken office. Despite these killings in the streets of America, the majority has refused to conduct any investigative oversight into these homicides or to hold the Department of Homeland Security or its agents accountable in any way. To my knowledge, the majority has not sent a single letter, marked up a single bill, or held a single hearing to try to restrain this violence against innocent people on the streets of America, from Texas,
They earned the
Minneapolis to
name
Maine.
savages. What up,
Democrats have been
Lewis?
demanding reform, including a requirement that all DH officers wear and use fully functioning body cameras when conducting these enforcement operations. But
To stop shutting down the government, and it would fucking happen. If they didn't have body cameras because you shut down the fucking partial shutdown on the government to stop ICE from the DHS funding, you stopped all of that shit. So no, they didn't have the money to keep putting the cameras out there for the agents that were actually out there not getting paid as they were doing their fucking job. So stop fucking around on the back end of things and maybe you'll get what the fuck you want, faggot. I want to see the body camera footage of all of this shit. I want it to record no matter what. I want every bit of it to be released unredacted. I want it all. Because I guarantee you it's not going to look good for you. But if you stop fucking around and stop trying to, let's cut the funding from DHS. We demand body cameras. We demand they do this. We demand they do that. Just shut them the fuck down. They're starting to do it. Yeah, we definitely need to shut them down now. Fuck. I mean, it's not like the body cams didn't work out for BLM the way they thought it would, right? You think it's going to work out for the illegals like you think it would? Holy fucking shit. It's going to look a lot worse. We're going to see fucking video footage of somewhere where I'd be like, I would have fucking shot him. And they didn't. More often than we see somebody get shot. We all know that to be true.
despite repeated assurances from DHS that this would happen, it has not happened. Shortly after agents killed Renee Good and Alex Breddy in Minneapolis in January, DHS vowed to quickly deploy functioning body cameras for every officer across America, but nearly 6 months later, it still hasn't happened. And the carnage continues. Earlier this month, ICE officers fatally shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, father of 3 children, all of them U.S. citizens.
Blackpilled has at
Houston,
least
Texas,
2
during an
streams.
operation.
The
Officers
3
involved
hours
were not
each,
wearing
outlining
body
when
cameras.
whites
According
came to
reports, they get
America
lots of
and tried to
questions
get along with
about why this
other
happened.
Indians.
Just days later, ICE officers fatally shot Johann Sebastian Guerrero during an
Look,
operation
there
in
are
Maine.
some people you
Officers
just
were wearing
need to
body
stay
cameras
the
this
fuck
time,
away
but no,
from.
they were not turned on. They were
And
not
American
functioning.
Indians
For
were
both
one of
shootings,
them.
we've been forced to rely on DHS's official bureaucratic description of events because no body camera footage is available to provide either a corroborating or a contradictory account of what actually took place. And DHS's veracity and credibility have been repeatedly debunked after eyewitnesses, reporters, and judges in federal courts have determined the government simply did not tell the truth about what happened. Following these most recent crimes against citizens, immigrants, and communities, DHS announced that all agents and officers will be equipped with fully functioning body-worn cameras in the next 60 days, they said. We can only welcome this announcement, but given the administration's bloody track record, we cannot take their word for it.
I mean, if they'd announced it, you'd shut down the government again. You'd do a partial shutdown to shut down DHS so they can't do anything for 70 fucking plus days. And then you'd try to call it a Republican shutdown because you got what you wanted then. Why are we playing this fucking stupid ass game with these retards? I am tired of it. Can we all collectively agree that there's a lot of treason going on from left and fucking right? And I've had enough of it. I've had enough of my whole goddamn life being fucked up simply because these motherfuckers right here want to take all my shit from me that I worked hard for all my goddamn life to get. Everything's out of fucking reach now, but I still need to pay for others to come over here to get free healthcare, to get free food, to get free housing, to get free everything while I struggle to even fucking eat a meal one day. We have a problem, don't we, Raskin? Oh, no, we don't? They deserve everything I don't? Just string them up. Why the fuck are we playing this game, America? At 30-40% of your fucking income, everything you make goes to them, and they still want more every time. And then we find out that all of that money is going overseas to other fucking countries. All of it. The USAID being shut down, hey, we've seen a lot less activism. We've seen a lot less fucked up shit, right? We've seen a lot less cultural influence. I mean, as soon as USAID dropped off, rap dropped off the top 100 list. Rap music fell off. Immediately, as soon as USAID was disbanded, it was all gone. Look at it. Look at the list now, ladies and gentlemen. At least I damn sure know the top 10. Not a single rap song. It's a little weird, right? So when you stop trying to influence culture, when you stop trying to make movies and fuck up things like The Odyssey and Animal Farm, when you stop doing that, maybe you could have an argument. But until then, faggot, shut up.
Trust but verify. We need these cameras yesterday. No more bureaucratic red tape and evasions. DHS and its component agencies have consistently made false and unsubstantiated allegations about the people that its agents shot dead, including Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who the secretary quickly called terrorists. Terrorists, she called them, a defamatory lie that she refused to retract in this committee. DHS has routinely claimed that its own homicide victims, the people
who wanted police body cams because of racism want to get rid of the police body cams because of racism.
And that they had tried to weaponize their cars against
because they showed
them.
exactly opposite of what they were claiming.
Demonstrably false. Both the false charge of terrorism attributed to moms of 3 kids and VA nurses and the false assignment of guilt in people causing their own deaths at the hands of DHS and ICE. In each case, evidence emerged that definitively contradicted and debunked the government's claims. In other incidents, it was found ICE agents lied and acted inappropriately, resulting in several of the prosecutions of DHS victims being dismissed in federal court with prejudice. As a result, Donald Trump's DHS has completely lost the trust of the people that it was created to protect and serve. We need DHS using body-worn cameras to ensure the accountability, bureaucratic transparency, and public safety against a bloated, masked paramilitary force. This is a basic constitutional requirement, not a partisan complaint. Most law enforcement agencies across America are using body cameras as a standard practice. Just last week, Republican Senator John Cornyn called it a mistake that the officers didn't have body cameras. So this is not a question of lack of resources, Mr. Chairman. They've got the resources to do it. I urge my colleagues to support this constitutionally compelled and common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Are we done? Are we fucking done? You know what? It's 9 o'clock here anyway. Gotta be done. We ain't even halfway through this fucking shit. Look, this is how bad it is. I've been going for like, let's say 4 hours. It's been about 4 hours on YouTube. We stayed on both sides because this is a hearing. But, yeah. Been doing this for 4 hours. I'm done with the retard shit. They're going to argue the same things over and over and over and over again. There is no difference. Every single person is going to argue the same thing. Can we go to the end here where they vote? What about that? Oh, we got something. Fuck you, Correa. All right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote.
This is the last vote. This is how the bill goes forward.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock. Ms. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Leah Florida. Ms. Leah Florida votes no. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen.
I can't believe they named such an insignificant bill for Trump. It should be a big bill for Trump, not just an insignificant bill. This is an embarrassment.
Yes or no?
Yes or no? That's a difficult question, too. I'll say yes.
Mr. Cohen votes yes. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Liu. Mr. Jayapal. Mr. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Kamlager Dove. Mr.
We
Moskowitz.
have been getting
Mr.
our
Goldman.
asses kicked
Mr.
this
Goldman
year.
votes aye. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania votes aye. Mr. Gill, you're not recorded. Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no.
Clerk report.
Mr. Garcia, you're not recorded. Mr. Garcia votes aye.
Call it. Yeah. As soon as this is done. Yep. The hell was that? Okay.
Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Demand a recount, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 14 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment. No, we got to go here. Question for the bill is amended, right? Question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on favor of reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. Question is on favor of reporting the bill.
Roll call vote.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment,
We'd like to request a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
roll call being requested, the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs.
Okay, so this
Mr.
is the
McClintock.
vote.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Leah Florida. Ms. Leah Florida votes aye. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes yes. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Raskin.
Nope.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler. No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Liu. Mr. Jayapal. Mr. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager Dove. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman
This
votes
is
no.
only
Ms.
half
Crockett.
of it, Jonah.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania. Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania votes no.
Well, it was tied. There were some that didn't vote. It was 14 to 14. So 28 people voted. There's like 30 something on this committee. I think there's like 36, 37 on this committee.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Gentleman from California, wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was happy to support this measure today to advance it to the floor. I think it's a return to common sense border security policies that have had broad bipartisan support for a very long time. This last administration was really an anomaly in this respect, and this is a bill that will assure that such an anomaly does not happen again. That being said, I am very concerned about the impact it might have on a particular community, and that is Ukrainian Americans, many of whom live in the Sacramento area, which I represent. And so before this bill comes to the floor, I'm going to want to make sure that that issue is addressed, that we assure that this legislation will not negatively impact their status, their ability to work, and that these are folks who are contributing to our communities, to our economy in countless ways, who came here legally, whether you agree or disagree with how that was done in the past. And so I want to see that we do everything we can to end the legal state of limbo that they're in right now, and that we certainly don't make it worse with this legislation. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. This concludes the committee's business for today's meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
All right. Are y'all tired of this yet? Are y'all tired of living this way so others could live like gods? Are y'all tired of the most retarded and corrupt making the laws to tell you how to live your life? I mean, look, they've taken your only fucking check, right? Your only fucking check on the federal government that they have taken with this voting scandal shit. I don't know what's left, America. I mean, you've taken every bit of trust away from the federal government, every bit of our institutions. Every single one of them are fucked. It's kind of disheartening to know. But I am glad that there are a lot more people out there who are getting pissed off at it, who are saying fuck it, who are getting to the point to where they're just done. I'd say it's about 5 years too late, but that should have happened in 2020. Oh, that's what? Fuck, that's 6 years now, ain't it? That should have happened with the lockdowns in 2020. I mean, they literally tried to take everything from you then. But now they've taken your only check on them. As an American citizen, that should piss you the fuck off. To no end. But it's not gonna stop. We listen to these things. We know where they head. I mean, look at the Save America Act. Look at all this shit. If they get what they want, and they abuse you for it. If they don't get what they want, if they abuse you for it. I'm tired of being abused. And I know you all are too. But let's figure out where we're going tonight with this. Let's see who's available, who's up and running. Unless Neuro's got somebody. You got somebody, Neuro? Let's see. You there? Who's still? You got somebody, Neuro? The delay. You got to give us some time. But yeah. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. This midterm is going to be a deciding factor. I will say that. Because after everything we've seen from it, if it is not unquestionable, which, hey, that shit's already in fucking limbo as it is now, right? I told y'all way before it happened at the beginning of this fucking year. I told you they were going to drop all that election shit right before the elections were going to happen. And it's all just to fucking piss people off, to get Republicans to vote, to try to get Democrats to not vote. It's all that shit, yeah, but it's very fucking horrible because now nobody trusts shit. So if it actually is the most safe and secure election ever, you're still going to call it bullshit. That was meant. My connection is struggling. Okay, well, I'll take care of it here. Let's see. You know what? Let's go say hi to Bill Dozer. How about that? Let's go say hi to Bill. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sending the Rumble side over there to Bill Dozer. Look, we're going to do the Smithsonian one tomorrow. There's going to be a members only. I'll usually do Stupid's Play on Wednesdays, but I got to do some things here. But for right now, we will see y'all tomorrow. Members only YouTube, premium only on Rumble tomorrow. Until then. Cool Frog is live. Dama's live. Yeah, I mean, we haven't said hi to Bill for a minute, so I'm going to send him there. But y'all have a good night. We will see you again tomorrow.
And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone. When everybody thinks they know ya. And y'all don't even know I own ya. And now I'm ready taking over. Cause every day I'm getting closer. Just look at everything I'll show ya. And now I'm ready, I'ma blow up.